Hey, everybody. One like equals one parade. Let me make sure the, okay. All right, so, actually, which, 34, here we go. So this is not the same build of the game as we were playing the other day. This is the preview version of the full version. Oh gosh, I thought we got past that scene. All right, so we're a little bit behind, in the demo. There was that, we found the office and explored the inside of it, and then we had that little escape scene. But the full version of the game, the map is significantly more open and larger, and I was going to just play up through that point, but it looks like there's more stuff to do before we get there, so I stopped a little early. This is Zero Parades. This is Zaum's follow-up, or Zaum. It's their follow-up to Disco Elysium, and you may be aware that there was some drama over the Disco Elysium IP and what happened with some of the original creators, like Robert Kurvitz and some of the others mentioned in the description there. As mentioned in the description, I want to just kind of evaluate this game on its own merits. A lot of people worked on it who did work on Disco Elysium. The artists, some of the artists and writers. So, I thought we would kind of go through, give it a fair shake. So far, I really like it. And the part one of this stream is in, if you go over to the live tab, you can see it there. It's just the demo. So far, not much different has happened. We are Hershel Wilk, alias Cascade. She's a spy who several years ago was involved in an operation that went really bad. All of her friends were kind of wiped out. She went on the run and wound up being kind of shuffled off to some like side office in like a place they call the freezer, which is kind of where they stick spies that they don't have a use for. We work for a communist super bloc, sort of like the Soviet Union. And we're here in an independent state called Portofino, which is like, sorry, I just woke up. My throat is very scratchy. We are here trying to figure out what's going on. When we arrived, our partner was unconscious, seemingly catatonic, and we are now kind of wandering through the city trying to pick up the pieces of what he was doing and figure out why we were called out here. Our handlers have called us home, saying the operation has gone belly up, but we are not ready to give up yet, because if we do, that's our career. And the mechanics are pretty similar to Disco. Instead of just health and mind, we have fatigue, anxiety, and delirium. When these cap out, we actually permanently lose a skill point in one of the relevant skill groups. We have physical, emotional, and mental. And we can manage these meters by, like if we drink this beer, our anxiety will go down by 2, but our delirium will go up by 1. However, if we smoke these cigarettes, we'll lose 2 delirium and 1 fatigue. So we can kind of keep ourselves, I don't know if healthy is the right word, but we can kind of keep ourselves together that way. The skills, if you watched the previous stream, the skills have had a little bit of a makeover. Oh, we've got skill points. Okay. They're now like actual pins, and the art is a little bit more detailed. I think I want to buy a couple of points. Maybe some shadow play. And entanglement? Entanglement is like our if you are familiar with Disco, it's like Inland Empire. Spooky action across this plane and beyond, extrasensory awareness, influence of the stars. And yeah, the skills are similar. They're more spy related. They're a little bit more simplified. Yeah. There's no way I could go through everything that we spoke about or learned in the demo bit, but we're kind of picking up from there. And where we left off, where I left off on this file is our partner had been apparently talking to this phone sex operator who is, her line is always open, and it's connected to this one payphone that has like a coin stuck in the slot. So whenever you pick up the phone, it's already on line with her, and she seems to always be there, which is a little bit strange. And this guy's been hogging the line.
Shh. It's her again. My stalker.
Make an assessment of the phone line hog.
Perversion. Developed wild variety. But what sort?
And let me know if the voiceover in the game is too quiet.
Please. I need to feel like my position's in jeopardy.
Consider his suit.
Wall de collage. Super 130. Looks more expensive than it feels.
Menswear makes no sense to me.
It makes no sense to most men either. His only source of relief is the sweat seeping into the fabric of his wind-whipped collar.
Consider his body.
Lanky, malnourished. His physical form is an object of abuse and neglect in equal measure.
What has he abused?
His lungs and liver foremost. You can tell by his one colour.
Consider his soul.
What comes to mind is a handkerchief, buffeted on a night wind, eternally in retreat from itself.
Where do these people come from?
From the most expensive private universities in the world. They churn them out by the barrel. Already set on life's glide path, and all it cost him was his humanity. The old pilot was correct. This man works for MTER.
MTER is like a, they are like a spy organization that seems to work for something kind of like the World Bank, some kind of global capitalist consortium. They are I forget what MTER stands for, but it's something like Bankers Without Borders or something.
I need to know that if I don't pull this off, billions of soul worth of international loans, and investments may be at risk. Tell me you'll report me to human capital if I displease our counterparties.
Now if you could just get his attention.
Oh, I think I forgot someone's title.
Warily, the young man watches you going over his shoulder.
Did I, let's see here. Did he come back? Is that what happened? I thought I got rid of him. These are just our quests.
Deadlines. Yes.
Warily.
I don't know how you managed to kick the hogger off the phone, Monsieur, but we owe you a drink.
Okay, I think what happened is I kicked him off the phone. I had the phone conversation, and then when I reloaded, he came back. That's probably a bug. So this version of the game it's the full game, but it's still pre-release a little bit. So there are still a few bugs and things that haven't been smoothed out. The game comes out on the 20th or 21st. Let me find out. So the 21st, so they're still cleaning all of that up. You're welcome, boys.
The characteristic taste of Portofero's local schnapps is as foul as ever. Its effect is soothing.
So we've got our hazards lowered pretty well.
What brings you back here?
That lady sitting under the phone is just like a background character. Let's talk about the Miracle Line again. So the Miracle Line is the phone sex line. We did speak to the operator if you were here the last time. The conversation was very funny. It was kind of what sold me on the game. It's something that no man would ever write in
never tire of it.
Really amusing way. I've used the Miracle Line.
We know, sugar. We were watching you there. How was it? Seeing stars already?
Her skill set is impressive, a true professional.
Maybe professional, maybe it just comes naturally to her.
The slender finger slips into the black curls of a phone cord and twirls them around itself. Suddenly, it pulls, and your breath cuts short.
How does she make a living?
Why does everything have to be about money these days?
Well, what else could she be getting out of it?
The pleasure of our company.
If it is about money, it's not in any way that concerns us. Line's been free for as long as anyone can remember.
What was that about making Duchess do animal noises?
Gross misrepresentation is what that is. Back in the Tenetries, we have a folk tale about a kind of mermaid. Dennis Cadin they called. That's half woman and half sea cow that would lure sailors to their death. And pilots, of course.
Go on.
The thing about Dennis Cadin is that they're not 50-50 like the mermaids they talk about here. Anyone can have any part human and any part animal. So there's women with big fat tails, women with flippers and no arms, women that look perfectly normal, except for the hairs, which are just like two little belly buttons on the side of their heads.
Manatees with human tits and legs.
Ah, a woman after my own heart.
Oh, here we go.
There's this one story about a Dennis Cadin that some fishermen pulled onto their boat, thinking she was just a sea cow. Then they rowed her over and discovered she had just one thing different. The wrinkled vulva of an old woman. Tuft of gray hair.
That's literally just a manatee you're describing.
It's just a folk tale, sweet cheeks. Anything goes in your fantasies.
Folktales or no folktales, you have no idea the slaughterhouse pig squeals he makes her do. You can hear them from here.
What sounds does a manatee make? You generally think of them as rather silent animals.
At least Lao Jiao isn't hooked on the miracle line, right?
That's what you think.
Uh-oh. His perennial smile curls into an even wider version of itself. But how? He pants heavily, looking straight into your eyes.
You realise after a moment that he isn't just doing his usual thing. He's demonstrating.
Uh-oh.
That? For an hour?
So he pants, and what does she do?
Pants back, I guess? All things considered, it's more vanilla than what most people ask for.
I feel like after our conversation with Duchess, we have no right to judge these men. Hey man, whatever gets you off. Enough about Duchess.
Never enough, as far as I'm concerned. Until next time, sugar.
Yeah, let me turn my volume up a little bit. It's a little lower than I needed. Okay. So if we go up this way, there's a little shrine back here.
With awkward reverence, you approach the shrine again. Ink stains and knife scratches adorn the shrine. Jagged words cast toward the flickering skies.
Howlin, if you want to look at the video description, you'll see all of that. There's no need to rehash that every 5 minutes.
In your guiding, we learn. Do you envy our brief, searing lives? Marco loves Puss Puss. As you fade, we follow.
So what
In
I
the
have
darkness,
gathered...
You feel the presence of all the strangers' offerings more powerfully behind you.
What I have gathered from the local religion is that people here worship Polaris, which is the North Star, and there was the kind of responses we could have to like meeting this shrine suggests that the religion has fallen out of the mainstream as humanity is now aware that many of the stars that we see at night are dead because they're, so far away that we're seeing past versions of them. So I think people realize that a star they were worshipping has since exploded. Okay, we got boars. And if you remember, there was some talk about the police officer was telling us that boars are a huge problem around here.
Wild boar piglets snuffle through the city's trash, still wearing the stripes of babyhood like halitosis humbugs. Behold, the cloven-hoofed effect of urban administrative collapse.
I'll recruit them. The fascists would never see it coming.
You didn't bring any pamphlets or manifestos. But where there are boarlets, there are boars. An adult can be up to 500 pounds of bristled, pitiless hog. With tusks.
Psst, psst, psst. Come to me, little boars.
No interest from the hogolescents.
They're dangerous?
Yes.
Look for an adult boar.
You scan from left to right, checking the alley's tangled contours for a hint of hairy maternal rage. There is none. You leave the boars to their devices.
Some garbage here. Got gummies. More cigarettes. A giant made of concrete, long defeated. Yeah, just like his foot.
The stall has been left unattended. A haphazard arrangement of paperbacks and hardcovers that have seen better days. A handwritten sign teeters on top of one of the stacks of books. Books, 10 sol. Magazines, 5 sol. Place money in the box. Viva la comunidad.
An honor book stall. A relic of the district's more communitarian heritage.
A few scrawled tags separate the various teetering piles into vague sections.
Let's browse the magazines. You flip through the stack
You
of
flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals. Faded fashion catalogues 6 years out of date. Softcore adult mags, a gun magazine, and a lot more.
Let's check for comic books.
One cover catches your eyes. It depicts a leather-clad man, looking intensely grim with a large sword on his back. A label warns of ultra-violent content. The Hombre, Volume 5, Issue A.
Wonder how this got here.
How could it not? From the thin shadows of the sunlit day to the deepest sepulchral tomb, to the darkness writhing in the heart of men. The Hombre is available wherever comics are sold.
A gritty comic book with the titular Hombre on the cover. The back invites you to enter a blood-drenched world where the only currency is pain. Cheaply printed. So we can pay for it or we can just steal it. We'll leave
You
it for
slip
now.
it back onto the shelf between the other magazines.
A gun magazine. Turns out it's not a magazine at all. The Wong Guide to Improvised Firearms, Volume 2, Reloadable Pipe Guns with Push Feed. What is this? It unfolds to become a long accordion-like pamphlet with a text on one side and diagrams of a homemade gun on the other side. Is this even legal? It occupies a particular gray area for the makers of such books, and homemade firearms are particularly passionate about. So this is this is a reference to the Ludi SMG, I believe, which is a submachine gun that can be made by anybody with kind of a really basic machining setup. It's not very good, but it is a submachine gun that can be made. And it was in England, the publisher of the instructions for making it has been arrested several times because of the notion that it constitutes a danger to public safety. But he believes that, you know, he's one of the, like a gun rights advocate that believes that people should have access to that sort of thing rather than not. I kind of want to get this. Let's do it. New loose end. You have a book on gun schematics should you ever want to make your own firearm. Let's browse the softcore adult mags. You're bombarded by cheesecakey photos of grinning nude and semi-nude models. The occasional coy shot hints at full bush. Is this community service? You do feel thoroughly serviced, though that might say more about the lack of proper adult action in your life recently. Keep flicking through. More and more of their smooth young flesh passes before your eyes. It quickly starts to feel repetitive as you glance up and down at bikini-clad bodies, page after page, 10s of them a minute. The lineup of promiscuous women almost seems to wave goodbye as you once again hide their naughty covers. Let's look at the fashion catalogs.
The more recent issues focus on the emergent Lusian styles. The oldest among them feature Portaferan clothes, local-made textiles from the famous silk factories.
So a commenter pointed out that Portaferro has some real Brazil vibes, where it has like a colonial past, and has kind of teetered between in like maintaining its own identity and also kind of embracing foreign goods and cultural output. So there was specifically a thing where they were talking about how the game was talking about how there used to be a lot of like local music that had its own identity, but now all that's popular is people like playing covers of songs from La Luz, which is they were talking about something similar happening in Brazil. So let's check out the Portaferan clothes. Every shirt and dress catches the light brilliantly, rippling like coastal waves in golds, reds, and purples as they hang off each posed body. Is it all silk? Reams of it. There are a couple experiments in cotton, but they turned out even plainer looking than silks. Men are posed clumsily catching straw fedoras. Women, who are obviously not mothers, hug unstained children with mirth bursting from their faces. Let's look at the Lusians. Masked models stalk glossy pages, unidentifiable yet distinct in monochromatic pieces with striking silhouettes. Your eye wanders to another Lusian cover in less austere register. Teenage figures boast digital visors, baggy jumpsuits, runic charms. Holographic animals circle their bodies, projected from gadgets clipped to belts or bracelets. A headline beside these gadgets prompts readers to find your soul animal, take it everywhere you go. Gimmicky, but teens love to unite together under a common purchase. Without the neon light of a soul animal illuminating their face, how would their peers recognize that they have a soul at all? So La Luz, if you're just joining us, it's the kind of opponent of our communist super bloc. They're a techno-fascist nation they used to be an empire, and they've kind of rebranded. And they are now aggressively expansionist and trying to reclaim all of their old colonies.
For grubs crippling churro addiction.
Churro, not churro. She can't have churros. Churros are the Mexican donuts. Churro is the tubes of like chicken paste. But thank you, Sir Randall. Is it all just cheap, outdated muck? Most
magazines tend to be. Especially those that people donate to a project like this one.
Let's look at we'll move on from the magazines. Any worthwhile mystery novels here?
Depends on how much you enjoy predictable pursuits of serial killers. Variably through occult forests and the urban stage.
Exactly my thing, let's go.
Unfortunately, the stall's offerings look pretty bare. Nothing catches your eye.
Okay, what about self-help books?
By far the largest collection. You see a wild range of material, from an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same author, Vitor Kampf.
Who is Vitor Kampf?
A prominent Lusian philosopher whose works have occasionally crossed over into international interest. Doesn't seem familiar. He gazes back at you from the cover, darkly handsome in glossy black and white, with the far-off look of an old film star. Underneath it is stated, the philosophical bad boy for our times.
Oh, please. How bad could the man be? He's an academic.
You'd be surprised. There are some shocking cases of plagiarism out there. By far the largest.
Let's look at the anti-aging book.
You flip past the foreword, written by a prominent plastic surgeon, and into the table of contents. Soy and you, smoking, the real enemy. Are the injections failing, or is it stress? Why you should drink more water. But what does Mother think?
Wait a minute, what's wrong with cigarettes?
Nothing to that effect is written here. Instead, backed with a ton of evidence, the book simply states that smoking gives you wrinkles.
You shut your whore mouth, book.
The book is silent, though a sticker on the back cover would like to remind you that it spent 50 weeks on the bestseller charts.
Am I drinking enough water?
Absolutely not. Even by the most generous medical recommendations.
Alright, that's enough of that.
A large collection of self-help books almost seems to reach out to you, begging to be useful.
What about the romance section?
A large space is allocated to the genre, but most of the books have been taken. Only a few worn stragglers remain. One of them doesn't even have any pages, just a dust jacket.
Chasm says, Worm Girl, I've been a sub since you were baby channel and it never sends me a notification when you are streaming this game. You can follow the Patreon. You don't have to like join as a paying member. You can just follow and you'll get email notifications from Patreon when I stream. I usually post them there. So that's one alternative. I know YouTube is sometimes bad about doing that kind of thing.
People hunger for that happily ever after.
Let's search the sci-fi section.
A shelf of scuffed books are united by their preference for black and apocalyptic reds. On their spines, a series of grandiose words large enough to fill the universe.
Do I still do the CDDA stuff? I forked Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead a little over a year ago and made Cataclysm The Last Generation. I have been posting usually 2 or 3 updates every single day. And last year I turned over 40% of the game's code. So of the entire, all the code in the repository, 40% of it was changed, added, or removed. So I haven't been making videos about Cataclysm, but because I haven't had time and because they were never really big for the channel.
Two of the titles stand out to you above the others. Light March of the Chosen and Greed in the Inner Zone.
What is Greed in the Inner Zone?
Despite its dull cover, it seems to be an outright attack on the current state of reality, realized as an adventure through a futuristic city that thrives on depravity.
Well, Bagman would approve of this attack on reality.
If anything, he would object to labeling it fiction.
How's the city of the future depicted?
It's not much different to a modern-day city, except the laws are much more lax, and what would be considered immoral now has become fairly normal.
Perversion and debauchery, my kind of place.
Certain conservative critics attempt to ban the novel, on the grounds that certain readers can't tell the difference between depicting something and endorsing it.
If I had a face cam, this would be the part where I looked directly at the camera, and maybe you know, enlarge the camera to like double the size and maintained eye contact with the viewer for about 20 seconds. Maybe while clicking the Vine Boom button on my soundboard. What's the through line?
Between all the gay sex, violence, and drug taking, there's a serious point about how we're being held back by the unfettered impulses of the ruling class.
This book sounds awesome. Who wrote it?
A notorious Lusian novelist and heroin addict.
Clea Barseed. Well, they're Lusian, but they are right. The author photo shows her
The
set.
author photo shows her sat on a disheveled bed, about to jab a needle into her arm, biting a tourniquet wrapped tightly around the target limb.
Imagine reading a book and you flip the desk jacket, like you flip to the, you know, one cover or other where the inner part of the dust jacket has the author photo on it and they're just shooting up. Enough of that.
The book resumes its place among the others, its degenerate content perfectly camouflaged.
Let's flick through Light March of the Chosen.
Pulpy space opera, not at its finest. The characters are heavily stereotypical, the plot is erratic, and there are spelling errors on nearly every page.
Give it a quick skim.
A bunch of religious cultists travel through out of space in search of what they believe to be their god, that end up being swallowed by a planet.
So it's like Scavenger's Reign. Everyone dies?
No, it turns out the planet is their god. They end up inside the belly of paradise and live there forever.
Amazing.
Totally. It's a shame the word planet is mistyped as plant on the final page.
Are we sure that's a... oh, my mic is a little... Are we sure that's typo and not a double entendre?
Hundreds of printed materials, well used, slumber before you.
Hold on, did I just click out of the romance
A
section?
lot. People hunger for that happily ever
Okay,
after.
I see. I'll look more another time.
You turn away from the piles of books.
Let's look at our new purchase. The secret of improvised firearms manufacture at your fingertips. Also a fair view of pro-gun
The book
philosophizing.
seems expressly directed at people who are more comfortable with potentially deadly garage experiments than human interactions.
Oh yeah.
A low-budget clandestine publication, somewhere between fanzine and paperback. The author's name is listed on the first page as Ji Cheng Wang.
Here we go.
It consists of some 60 pages of text, followed by an appendix with cut-out schematics for the body of the gun.
Let's look at the text.
Ostensibly a how-to guide, it doubles as a philosophical inquiry into the subject of firearms ethics.
Read the opening.
There are times in the conduct of human affairs when it becomes necessary to wang someone or something. This is a reality. There are, however, some preliminary considerations to disseminate.
He substitutes the verb to kill with wang.
You would too, if your name was synonymous with death.
Let's keep skimming.
Are you asking yourself whether you should or should not use the information in this book to build yourself a highly illegal firearm? Alas, there are many such decisional pitfalls in our world. It goes on extensively, the tone veering back and forth between sardonic hand-washing and outright murder advocacy.
Firearms ethics. What does it conclude?
Firearms good, ethics bad.
Do I have to embrace his philosophy to build the gun?
Probably not. Do you want to?
I mean, it does sometimes become necessary to wang someone or something. But, as cool as I think guns are, I think that, gun advocates tend to, kind of miss the forest for the trees. Yeah, it sounds abhorrent.
Then this book is not for you. Maybe stick with one of those safe store-bought guns.
List of materials.
The instructions specify materials for a 6-shot pipe gun with push feed. 500-gram hard plastic melted down, 1 coin 10mm diameter, 1 broomstick or wooden dowel, 1 aluminium can, tools, glue, and plywood.
What about bullets?
Ball bearings.
That's everything?
Yes, and it is up to you to scavenge it all.
Wait, what is propelling the ball bearings?
Best place to start would be Photo 24. There's got to be some of this stuff lying around there somewhere. It's a working photo lab after all.
Examine the schematics.
Dotted lines mark the edges of 3-dimensional objects unfolded into rectangles and curved flaps. While unintelligible, the form of the gun lurks somewhere inside those shapes. Mathematical and yet crude. The lines display a profoundly unsober competence.
What do the outlines make?
2 objects. The larger one is a mold that goes around the barrel and includes a crude grip, magazine well, and the outer part of the bolt feed mechanism. The smaller object is the bolt.
Okay.
Building it will be the test of fire.
So I have noticed, we've got some clothing to look at too. I have noticed a thing with, the game seems to have a fixation on coins. There's in the Photoshop, there's a fuse box, and one of the fuses has been, it's like missing, and it's instead bridged with a coin. There's a coin stuck in the machine that, or in the coin slot of the phone that holds open the miracle line. And there we see coin again. So we've got some new clothes. We've got a pink mini skirt, mass-produced in Agora Minor. Cool now, but in a year the landfills will be full of them. That's not a good look. You can't just wear a skirt with, like, this outfit. We can't be doing that. We've got the space pants. Manufactured in 76 before the ill-fated launch of 77. Popular for less than a year before consigned to their fate of only being worn ironically. I think we'll wear the pinstripe trousers. We need that doppelgang. We've got the pelota hat, which is blueprints +1, records -1. Makes your head look like a giant pelota ball. The attached braids are a tribute to Valdemar Ocho, striker for Recreacion. We also got these sneakers. They're coordination 1, poetics -1. Cushion to provide the lightest of steps for those who labor on their feet all day. The lightness will last as long as your patience with prospective customers. We got this poster of the Bagman. I'm taking this hat off. This hat is silly. Heffa Black and Red brand. Premium canned coffee for the discerning caffeine addict. Goes down smooth.
The tiles of this plaza seem to radiate outwards from the strange tree at its center, unlike any other you've seen in this city.
So our chance of actually identifying this tree is terrible, so we'll...
Time passes, but you take no note of it. No one takes note of you either. To wider Keysock, you're simply a middle-aged woman staring at a tree.
Breathe in.
Nothing much happens. You leave the mysterious tree to its business.
Alright. Yeah, I thought there was something here. Shimmering diaphanous cloth catches your eye. A mesh bodysuit. Okay, here we go. A simulation of skin. Avoid exposure and convince everyone you've got nothing to hide at the same time. Alright. And then, I guess now we can wear the skirt. But we need to lose the jacket. Also, wearing gloves with that kind of sucks. Yeah, we would need, like, long boots or something. It's not gonna work wearing loafers with this outfit. So that is Personalism 1 and Doppelgang -1. This is Instincts and Blueprints. Space pants? Nah. Nah. We're getting somewhere, but we're at that point where it's like hard to build an outfit out of the things we have so far. But it's getting there. I have a similar build. I'm very tall and thin, so it can be hard to find clothes. A fine spray of mist coats your eyelashes.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide.
We are calling the Bagman.
Hello and welcome to the reality situation. Before we begin, I just need to check. Is your line secure? That's a joke, obviously. No line is secure. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, are not secure. Consciousness itself is tapped. The call is coming from inside the house.
I have some questions, Bagman.
Now, what aspect of the situation did you want to ask about?
Okay, it looks like this conversation isn't built yet, or we're not able to,
Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tel Dolphin eyes you expectantly.
Do I know any other phone numbers?
You do not yet have the number of anyone else in this city.
Can't I just dial a random number?
It's certainly possible, though any benefit to doing so is unclear. Don't start wasting your time with prank calls, operator. The Reno Tel Dolphin
Oh my god, I
eyes
can
you
do it though.
expectantly.
We're dialing.
You tap out some numbers devoid of reason or thought. Surprisingly, the phone starts ringing immediately. Could be anyone about to pick up. A total stranger, their life intruded. Your breathing is amplified by the transmitter held at your mouth. A clunk. You hear the ambience of another room. An exhale. Then something wet being chewed on over and over.
What are you eating?
Another exhale. The chewing continues.
Adam?
No words. The person on the other end just keeps chewing. In the background, the creak of wood. An aging door used only by the wind.
Where are you?
A half grunt that reveals nothing. Suddenly, the line goes dead. They hung up. The receiver
Okay,
You
we
step
don't have
away.
infinite money, so we'll hold off on making further calls until we've got an income. We get a daily stipend from the photo lady. Short climb to the top. Let's go. They've got that Disco Elysium money, so now they can animate climbing a big ladder. We don't have to teleport to save money.
A slanted aluminium box is bolted into the pylon's spine. The word Renotel is etched into the metal.
Poke the dolphin.
Cold and hard, but the playful smile remains.
Open the box.
Inside, a slab of beige plastic, an old terminal. Behind a clouded sheet of polyglass, the screen remains black.
Let's look for a way to activate the terminal.
No buttons on the outer housing that you can see. No glowing standby light.
Run our fingers along the
Your
underside.
fingers find a steel drawer. It slides out with a creak, revealing a keyboard designed for gloves. Each key a chunky slab.
We shall press the on button.
A low wavering whine. Behind glass, the cathode ray tube flickers once, twice, then flashes white. System waking. Please wait. Mem check. 00016 KB. OK ports. Com1, Com2, AUX, trunk. Diagnostic mode enabled. Welcome to Renotel Control version 1.2. Copyright 87 Renotel. Enter command.
So I think it's 96. So 87 was about a decade ago. We shall type help.
Available commands. 1. Line diag. 2. Trunk mon. 3. Network.
Trunk monitor. What's that about?
You know, for monitoring trunks.
Glance over your shoulder. Still sharp, still tight.
The terminal clunks, as if it's exhaling static.
The first option, some diagnostics tool.
So the name suggests. As for what kind of diagnostics? Around you, hundreds of landlines run up and down the pylon.
I could look up details about local lines.
The identifier you found on the payphone for the miracle line. Try using it here.
Can I use this for anything?
Based on the available options, this is a maintenance terminal. You might be able to get information on the Renotel network from here. The screen flickers, awaiting your input.
Line diag.
Line diagnostic mode. Enter landline identifier to proceed.
Enter
Line ID.
Enter the Miracle Lines identifier.
Line diag node 04P03. Tone OK. Status. Active uptime. 8,132,440 minutes. Route map. Trunk A02. Keysock hub 3. Exit 9. Loop length 2.7 kilometers.
That's 5,555 days-ish. Or about 15 years. I don't know if that means the call has been ongoing for 15 years, or if it just means that that line has been in service for 15 years.
Voltage minus 51.3 VDC. Current 21.6 MA. Load coef normal 0.91. Pair ID 7C12T. Tone frequency 1.024 kilohertz.
Well, that's good, I think.
You're not sure how yet, but the wealth of details should prove useful.
Okay, there was also the phone that the girl's dad was using when he
You close
disappeared.
the box.
We could check that out. Nobody cares that we're climbing all over this thing. Tiny prison bars with cigarettes. I just stole the twinkle lights? Java red and black blend. Someone has tried to clean the graffiti here. Oh, it's graffiti now. It's not graffito, huh? Okay. Oh, wait, the truck has something. A delivery of high-grip tires to more adventurous vehicles. An assortment of junk mail.
The sour scent of urine surrounds the vending machine. Luckily, the beverages inside look fresh. The piss smell waves goodbye to your nostrils.
Pee is gross. Size of them hogs. Maybe they're genetically modified. Someone's been using this AC as a stash. Requires pry bar. We don't have one, but noted. More cigarettes. 500 cigarettes. Actually, it would need to be like 500 cigarettes. What?
The boy shifts in his cocoon of mismatched fabric. Moonlight shimmers across a holographic patch on his sleeve. The patch reads, Marco.
What's your deal?
I don't know.
Is there anything to do around here?
I don't know.
What do you do for fun?
I hang out like everyone else. It's normal.
You're scaring him.
That's something
What?
else. Hey, Marco.
How'd you know my name?
He narrows his eyes, chin raised, and looks down at his sleeve.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Did you make it yourself?
Nah, it's from La Luz. It's the Saltazuri Dream on neon. Personalized.
With a flick, the boy shows off the sleeve's electric magenta trim. Black tags dangling from the hem chime loudly.
Clever. The illusion of individualism attracts more buyers to the same product.
What? They're all different. My friend's got a red one.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah? Alright.
He averts his eyes from you in your attempts to converse.
I don't think it's an old lady voice. I think it's just Hershel talking to herself. It's just like a mumbly lady voice. Boxes have taken over the place of patience in this office. Sir? What's going on? The diagnosis line reads closeted homosexual.
Not one step further, born scum. I'll do it.
Coiled, fingering the safety latch. A noose around his neck. A lab coat splattered with blood, both new and old.
I'll enjoy it too. I think I can probably come just from watching the trauma sink into your face. Right before the oxygen stops reaching my brain for good.
Calm down, drop the noose.
Ha! I know false concern when I see it. 3 years in pediatric oncology.
Look, Pib, I think this guy's a lost cause. I think we should just cut our losses and get out of here.
His left foot twitches in anticipation of the jump.
So you're talking to your little colleague out there. I know you're from the medical board, and I know he's been watching me.
Medical board? Lame. I'm way worse than that.
There is no words. If you're not bored, which you fucking are, then go and deal with the stain of narc shit lurking outside. I know that scarf of his is a fucking wire.
Description matches the fidgety teenage boy spoken to outside. Emphatically not an asset of any sort.
You mean the kid with the scarf?
Kid, that's a 40-year-old man with a severe deformity. Terminal virgin, too. Stench of xenophobia all over.
Stench of xenophobia all over him.
No one takes down Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza, except Gonzalo E.S. Gonza.
I wonder if this is, he's kind of giving Dr. Gonzo from Fear and Loathing. I wonder if that's inspiration for this character. Why do you think the medical board is after you?
Jealousy, as far as I can tell.
The official reason, Gonza.
Oh, they'll drum up anything to get you, real or invented. They babble on about modernization, best practices, international standards. But the fact is, they shit themselves in the presence of a real doctor.
Move to the super block. We don't care for international standards.
Oh, yes. And where will I end up? Assigned to a nickel mine infirmary, maybe? I can't wait to put an ideological commissar's cock in my mouth. Different boots, same neck. Fuck you and fuck the perpetual revolution.
Yeah, alright, alright. Now, what exactly do you want me to do about the board, Narc?
His eyes flash.
Bring me one of his lines, scheming bored narc teeth.
What would that prove?
Leave that to the medical professional. You have no idea what I can see in a tube. If I had his spleen, I could tell you how his dog mother conceived it.
Kim, let me see your gun.
Here, use this. My board condemned briber.
Board condemned? Why?
Because of his history of use. Primitive superstition typical of the medical board.
Alright, one narc tooth coming right up.
Bluffing until I see teeth.
There's got to be some other way to assuage his paranoia than assaulting an actual child.
I've got a legitimate medical concern.
What am I, your mother? Rub cocaine on it. That'll numb almost anything.
Yeah, it's my collie. He's catatonic.
Don't shit me, you wired fuck. You and whoever's listening are not going to lure me in with ethically stimulating cases again.
Yeah, I just thought you'd be curious.
Is that so? Well, whatever your board superiors told you about your supposed interest in inert patients is a grotesque fabrication. And while we're on the record, may I just add, the albino was going to die anyway.
Okay, so when you fail a check, you will often gain a point of whatever the relevant hazard is. This is a nerve check. We would need to roll 10 or higher. And we're already pretty anxious and don't have any alcohol to chill out, so I'm just going to leave him here for now. We're not going to make that roll.
I'll do as I very well please, bored harpy.
All right, I'm chill, man. Oh, hey, here's a beer. Okay, let's drink it. Love to drink beers. Also, I suspect that going to sleep will probably reset all of our hazards, so we don't necessarily want to burn our supplies all the time to keep everything down to minimum.
The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach.
About that doctor's office over there.
Yeah?
Have you ever used his services?
Tried once. He screamed at me about bored narking and threw what looked like, dunno, something's supposed to be internal at me. Kidney like. Would have been pretty cool if he wasn't such a mad freak.
You're loitering pretty ominously outside his clinic.
What? No. I mean, yeah. What?
Word is you're a no. If it's not nice, then why are you doing it? Can you leave? You're freaking out the doctor in there.
I'm freaking him out? He's insane. He keeps shouting at me that I'm on the medical board. I got a D in biology.
Do you have any evidence of this D? Ask me anything about biology, I'll get it wrong.
And what if he pretends to know less than he does?
How many livers do we have? Well, well, well. Correct answer, Mr. Narc. It is? Fuck. I still don't know what it does or anything. I'm no nerd. Or should I say, narco?
It's better than Dicko.
He says you're with the medical board.
He glances up at you from the ground. His expression of furtive shame, as characteristic of puberty as the acne and fuzz on his cheek. He is 17 years old. He is not with the medical board.
I think he might be insane. He gave me this.
He gave you that to intimidate me, yeah? Thinks I'm scared? Well, I'm not.
He says he needs one of your teeth or he'll hang himself. Crazy, right?
My teeth? What for?
I'm not actually gonna do it.
Why not? I don't care. I've been to the dentist like 10 times. Doesn't hurt.
What?
Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Take one of my teeth, yeah? Show him I don't give a fuck about his mad shit. I have my own shit going on out here. I'm on a mission. And if mission demands teeth, then fuck it. Have teeth.
Impressive. No way this kid's a board inspector. Whoever sent him is way scarier than any pencil pusher.
Alright, that's a 16%. We have a +1 modifier to prying a tooth out of his head because we know the Wang way. So this is a 27% and this is a 16%. I think I'll come back to this. This doesn't seem like something that needs to be done this instant. Oh, but we can get into the stash now. I also don't feel like hitting a 16-year-old upside the head with a crowbar to get a tooth from him for a guy who's clearly unwell. Don't need a doctor that badly. Ouroboros Black. Lusian cigarettes. Heavy on the tar. Their acrid, unapologetic smell will eternally remind you of Tempo. Tempo is our contact that we're supposed to be meeting here. He's the reason that we're out here. He's like a local crime boss. He's the only member of our crew who survived the sort of everybody getting made 6 years ago. So he's who we're here to see, but we can't find him. An ad for a new film. The release date was 6 months ago. This lock looks pickable. We don't have a lockpick. So we're back to the photo 24. We can fix the fax machine now, actually. Or we can try, rather.
Bad news. The fax machine has not fixed itself.
Okay, we get a +3 for having our tools in hand. Nice.
The holy innards of the facsimile machine reveal themselves to you like a sacrificial animal, waiting to be interpreted.
What have we got here?
You're looking at a Sugar Hill Executive Series 2, a cursed model, plagued by numerous debilities, most commonly a chronically misaligned paper tray.
Another opera cast-off, maligned and misaligned. We got this fax machine. We'll show them all.
The machine is silent. The amber light blinks.
Snap the paper tray back in.
From the machine bowels comes a pleasing chunk. As the plastic tray slots back into its receiver, the paper belt purrs as life is restored.
Very good.
Much better, thank you.
Photo lady. Don't read my faxes, okay?
Operant, I would never.
You turn away from the fax machine. The fax machine away.
Okay.
You
was wondering
turn
if it-
away from the...
Had any new messages?
Operant,
Have any faxes come through from you?
nothing, I'm afraid.
I need your help with something work related.
Very well.
What's your opinion on the assignment?
Forgive me, is this some kind of test? Shouldn't you be the one advancing thesis and so forth?
This is pretty typical, I'd say.
I don't know whether that's intended to be reassuring.
That's all
She
for
gives
now.
you a nod.
I'll be here if you require anything.
Did we watch the show?
The screen flickered.
Okay, so this is we saw this in the demo, but I didn't do this in this run. Did you know the water covers approximately 63% of the world, but the sky covers 100%? What's the world trying to hide?
Wrong. The sky is only 98% sky. The other 2% is used to cover up the fact that they replaced the moon 4 times.
On the screen, there appears a man with a paper bag over his head. He gesticulates wildly. Brown paper bag. That can only be...
But they don't want you to know that. That's why they're coming for me. But not before I tell you the truth.
The screen warps. The color shifts. Between clips of Bagman talking, a phone number flashes urgently. Who and what is this?
I am Subcommandante Beckman, and this is the reality situation. No breaks, no filters, no cowards.
Somebody says, Constance reminds me a little bit of the scalpel lady from Hunter the Parenting. Yeah, there's, if you missed it last time, there's a very funny bit where she's like, well, you know, I can help out more than just being a local contact. And you're like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, I got all kinds of chemicals back here. I could easily poison somebody or get rid of a body. Not that I want to do that, but I mean, if you ever needed somebody to do that, I could do it. And it's like, she's not a communist. She just really likes spying. She's just like bored. Like she just wants stuff to do. And her hobby is international espionage.
I know about the Boers. I know about iodine. La Luz's invisible aircraft carriers. Weaponized nostalgia. Microbial microphones. Lunar obfuscation programs.
What was that about imprints? For 300 years, the Louisiana elite have been producing psychic copies of themselves, all to preserve the consciousness of one man, the original techno-fascist. What else are they hiding from us?
Find out what I know by tuning into the reality situation. Airing until they shut us down.
The sounds from the commercial fade.
Is there anything we can grab upstairs to make a gun with? I feel like we don't have anywhere near the level of tools that we would need.
You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface.
Oh, we can try to read our service history now. Here we go.
In just a few words, the worst failure of your life is reduced to bureaucratic shorthand.
So people are asking who the billionaire who's being having the copies of their consciousness made. Is it Walt Disney, Henry Ford? It's Saburo Arasaka.
Previous assignment, Portofino 88 to 91. Network, whole sick crew. Operants, Cascade. Assets,
Run your finger over the names of your former crew.
a secret the opera has elected to keep from itself.
Which one is Tempo?
Impossible to tell. The redactions are very heavy.
I was Pseudopod reading my service history.
Obvious. The opera wanted him to know what sort of spy he'd be working with.
Let's read the latest entry.
Most recent assignment, Novessa, 91 to present. Satellite Facility B. Status inactive. AKA the Freezer, where the old, useless and discredited are assigned to wander the climate-controlled hexagonal galleries until they're dismissed or die of despair.
So it's an archival complex, meaning that we are basically just doing like bookkeeping there.
All very occasionally, until fate recalls them to the opera's service.
Like right now.
Now if only you can figure out why. The folder shuts itself with a tiny sigh. You turn away from the desk.
Okay. It's not bedtime yet, so we're gonna... I wonder when the game decides bedtime is. Was it 2 o'clock in Disco Elysium? I feel like spies should be able to stay up later than police officers.
You pick up the payphone's You step away from...
Massive
Loose
soft
stitching
animals.
and cheap fabric. The odd cotton hemorrhoid erupting at the seams.
Plastic eyes teeming in the dark. What do we have here?
Soft animals. Mostly stylized blobs with little regard for real anatomy.
Beasts rendered ridiculous. Grotesque trophies. Who makes these things?
There are brand logos on the sides. Non-uniformly misspelled or upside down, but recognizably the same. Zoo Textile Laluz.
Something sinister about them.
Boneless flesh bound in impossible colors, twisted into seductively pleasing shapes.
Brazen political threat. The pile declares that this too is the future of the working class. Defanged, fuzzy, sold in a heap.
The different species are all numbered. Number 1's are bunnies, number 2's cats, number 4 an anatomically unviable whale. There are no number 3's.
Gotta be around here somewhere.
There isn't a number 3 in the whole furry ensemble.
Fuck off. Has to be. Rooted out. We'll try this because it's, we have so little fatigue. Oh, failure. Okay.
You look all over the flowing pile of animal humiliation. Not one of them is labeled number 3.
It just seemed nice and low stakes in the scheme of
This
things.
can't be all the animals. There are loads of those things. You turn back to the bazaar.
I guess Petra's gone to bed, and so has, this lady here. Oh, yeah.
The rack stands alone. You leave the rack alone.
Okay, so, one thing I did notice when I came down to this area, there was a lady here. She's gone to bed now, but, there was a lady here who was like, she's the one who, Pseudopod had the, note from, where he owed her 5 pairs of socks.
The gate is bound to the pole by a thin steel chain. The gap between leaves little room for passage. Only ghosts can pass freely between such crevices. Rust speckles your fingertips. A system compromised at the subatomic level. We're gonna need tools for this one. You push the gate. The metal creaks, but it doesn't move. It's held fast by a rusty chain. This isn't the only way through. You can always go the long way, around the docks to the west. The gate creaks in the breeze behind you.
Okay, we'll come back to that. You can make that jump with your eyes closed. Fresh paint fumes make your head ache. Elegant black gloves? Okay. Layers of graffiti and artistic turf war.
The gate stands before you. The gate creaks in the...
Wonder what the point of having that locked is. Maybe the boat will move at some point. Some kind of rule or interdiction now effaced with black spray paint. There's neon schnapps. Construction materials still in their box, somehow gathering rust. Bottled water, meal bars, wipes, supplies for an extended stay. Ah, chain cutters. Okay. An imbalance in your step. The platform tilts to the east.
The man doesn't react or turn as you approach, your feet echoing off the high metal. Don't look now, but you can see through the metal floor, all the way down.
I saw you by the fire exit.
His tone, one step short of accusatory.
Say nothing.
I saw. You were right there. You were face to face with the order-defying ball, and you just left it. Very difficult to watch.
Something told me I might regret moving it.
When faced with the sensible words of a well-designed regulation and the superstitious mutterings of your own mind, you choose the latter. Ah, well.
He's referring to, there's a door, there's like a fire exit door that has been propped open with a ball.
Still, you've come a long way. Fortunately, the view just about compensates.
What's your problem with the pillar to ball? Its presence offends me. That's a clearly marked fire exit. If you have the chance, I'd appreciate it if you would remove it. What are you doing up here?
I'm being punished. My employer has placed me in an impossible position.
A faded patch sewn into his trousers. Below the pocket, twin black lines set against a yellow background. Carril de Portofino, the oldest transit company in the city.
I'm a safety inspector, watching the lines. As you might have noticed, this pylon is under construction, technically.
Yeah, I don't see any work happening.
Precisely. That's because this line, Line 9, will never be finished.
Line 9. The same line the man by the Aerotram station was told to wait for.
So if someone were told to grab the Line 9 tram...
Then they would be waiting a very long time.
What's wrong with the line?
Where to start? This pylon's angle deviated more than expected as the concrete set. Hazardous near water. Shouldn't have skimped on materials. Then there are the clearance issues. The party alley rooftops are higher than the building department's official records.
These Aerotrams would shear those right off.
You're saying your boss has put you here to drive you mad?
Since the last round of Emter stabilization, they've been trying to force us lifers out. We can be fired, not easily, but they can take away the work that made us stay in the first place. I have two options. I could falsify my reports and declare Line 9 safe for construction anyway, or I could quit. Either way, the company can lose.
You can't win either. Rigged game. I don't play those.
That's a shame. You'll be in the perfect place to ponder your problems, and maybe alleviate them.
So this is similar to the conversation we had with the police officer, where he was saying it would be better to be back where we were, kind of. Because when we were in the freezer, we were stuck in the archives, basically, which is safe work where nothing bad can really happen to you, but you're never gonna advance or do anything important or interesting ever again. and the police officer's in a similar position, but he was savoring it. He was saying it's good to just be paid to stand around, good to just get paid to stand around all day.
Fortunately, this spot lends itself to reflection. Contemplating my punishment helped me see how to live with it.
The question is, can you live with your own?
Contemplate the nature of your punishment. You're no fan of Emter, I take it.
I'm a structural engineer. I believe in stability. What Emter has brought isn't that. Their version of stabilization shifts the responsibility of managing entropy from the state to the individual. Human existence always carries entropy with it. That's inherent in the system. Social insurance, pensions, fair wages, these are measures against the entropy of living. They're also expensive.
Behind the abstractions, an unopened envelope rests on a countertop. The words, "Final Notice," stamped across its front.
But that doesn't make the need for them go away.
Such is the price for joining the developed world.
He glances down. The world spins slowly.
There's entropy in all systems. No living thing can avoid it entirely.
Have you seen anything interesting up here? Many things, but everyone has their own definition of interesting. What's yours? Have you seen anything spooky? There's an unmoored boat that's been floating around the canal to the south. There doesn't seem to be a driver or any crew. Sometimes the wind carries an awful noise from it to my ear. Hold on, can you describe the noise that it's making? Guttural and aggressive, like some kind of primordial steel beast is locked in battle with a diseased swamp pig. Glory to the swamp pig. If I had to choose, then I would say the steel beast would be the favored combatant. But it was a simile. The sound, I believe, is music. A ghost boat. Definitely of interest to me. I hope nothing's amiss on board. Unfortunately, that seems rather likely. Wondering if you saw someone, a man. Brown suit, bald spot, dialectical glasses.
A friend of yours?
Just a colleague.
Oh, alright.
I couldn't say. I'm above the bazaar, not of it. I just see the people come and go. What have you seen? The natural tides of commerce, boatmen unloading goods, porters delivering pallets, customers browsing. Lots of pleasing symmetries if you have the eye for it.
And that fire exit door, still open.
Seen anything else that might be interesting to me? Okay. So it looks like we're getting a -1 modifier for the fire exit. We could maybe fix that, but we'll leave this man to his exile. There's a bar that I want to check out. It's probably still open because a lot of the NPCs are gone now that it's so late. But I imagine a bar would still be in business. Oh god, there's a boar. I'm kind of expecting that as the game progresses, there will just be more and more boars everywhere. Just slowly overtaking the city. Alright, so we go over here. See, party alley's here. Yeah. I think it's up this way. No, that's the office. Yeah. So those climb ups are a little squirrely. sequels or follow-ups to games where you play as a girl and they give you a sprint button so you can go, because the map is so much bigger. 30 to 50. Oh, well, we're gonna need our semi-automatic handmade pipe rifle so that we can eliminate 30 to 50 feral hogs. Right? You step over the threshold and into a memory. This place, this bar, the center of the frozen world. Old schnapps and the faded sour cologne of body odor and bleach, soft yellow light filtered through the cracked shades, the rumble of an ice machine, a hissing television. Exactly how you remember it. Favorite den of Kisok's local pelota squad and their partisans, as well as a certain disgraced spy of the Operant Bureau. Breathe it in. Stale air circulates your lungs. The taste is familiar. Shades from another time move endlessly across the ancient wood, pickling it with nostalgia. Let's have a schnapps for old time's sake. Your eyes are onto the shelf behind the bar, littered with dusty bottles. The best part about this place is that it's open all night, every night. Its doors are always open to you, as they are now. A lone housefly buzzes in the fridge, ecstatically trapped.
On the wall above, mounted like the taxidermied head of a bull moose, is a toilet. Scratched and yellowed porcelain, a notable smudge on the lip of the sea, brownish. Do not entertain further investigations of what the smudge may be. It's safe to assume that you don't want to know.
Disgusting.
From across the room, the bartender notices your gaze and the expression on your face.
Don't worry. The smudge on the rim is just blood.
What's the story here?
83. Kisok versus Recreación. The referee sent Peña off on a bullshit call. A riot ensued, as per tradition. Someone ripped a toilet right out of the washroom wall and chucked it at the Recreación supporter.
Kisok's pride. The moment it all peaked. When all the madness and meaning in the world swelled into one glorious, unstoppable wave. Countless injuries were reported in the aftermath of the incident, and 2 fatalities confirmed.
Viva el pánico cerámico. Salute the toilet seat.
The bartender gives a small, approving nod in your direction.
Is that a cigarette machine?
In the machine aisles is a lineup of smokes, candy, and canned coffee. If you change your mind, they'll still be here, dormant in their artificially chilled chamber.
The menu lists 14 varieties of schnapps. It's on TV.
Under a thick, curved screen, colors rip and tear into each other, making it impossible to make sense of what is currently playing. A discolored bloom of interference mars the corner of the screen, tinting the dancing mascot on the sidelines purple.
Looks like you got a problem there, not at the discolored TV.
Oh, yeah. Pro typos are garbage. I suppose I'll buy a new one. Again.
That sounds expensive.
Nothing lasts anymore.
Let's try. Let's see if we can... Nope. That's okay.
The television is a cheap Lusian knockoff. These things start falling apart as soon as they're lifted off the assembly line.
No, there must be some hope of fixing
All
it.
things can be fixed, with enough time, effort, money, will. The question is, do you have any of those?
It's pretty, but it's also making my
The
eyes hurt.
TV continues to rip open the colors of another dimension.
Nothing to look at asks sequel to Disco. This is not a sequel. It's its own IP. It is a follow-up by the same developers, or some of the same developers. Obviously, many of them left. Someone was saying that maybe this was originally going to be a sequel to Disco, and maybe they kind of wisely decided to detach it from that IP after the big kerfluffle. And their evidence was that maybe like Klasia was the sort of hint for that, if you remember Klasia from Disco Elysium, because she was a spy and she was kind of involved in this like murky in-between world. Although she in Disco Elysium, Klasia was allegedly working originally for the moral intern, and then sort of became inconvenient to them. Although I have come to think that maybe Klasia was working for the nihilists, the Mesk nihilists that wind up in Sacred and Terrible Air nuking Revachol, which is a whole thing. What's going on with this air conditioner? A circulation mechanism for the smell of stale beer. What's this guy doing?
An older man, heavy set, looks up as you approach. On the table next to him is a large plastic box. An accordion hose runs from the side of it and disappears between his shirt buttons.
Operator, bon of you to drop by. Though a bit earlier than I was expecting.
It should be said that you've never seen this man before in your life.
No matter. You're here now. That's what counts.
You were expecting me?
Some reputations precede. I heard a notorious spy had escaped from the freezer and was running amok in theater. Had to see for myself.
This man must be part of our welcoming committee. The gang's legend spreads far and wide.
Yeah, spiritual successor is the right word. There's, I think, 4 spiritual successors that have some claim to the title. There's this one. There is one. Oh gosh, I'd have to look up the others. Let me pull that up real fast. May as well. So the other announced projects which have some connection were Triple X Night Shift, Project C4, and Hopetown. There's also Red Info Ltd and Summer Eternal. This news is a little bit old. Let me see what's okay, let me see. Yeah, so it looks like there have been three projects announced, and there are 2 studios that have former disco people that are expected to announce projects soon. So Summer Eternal has Project Red Rooster. Dark Math has Tangerine Antarctic. Hopetown, and then yeah. So there's a bunch. I was saying it's like it's like one of those Kelly comics from The Onion, where it's like the disco fans should be considering themselves blessed for getting like 5 successors instead of just 1 sequel.
Now here you
Although
are,
that's...
in living color. Cascade, known to some as Hershel Wilk.
Your stomach tightens. Predator, caution. You might still be able to play this off.
Let's insert and try to play it off. Oh.
Play it off. Play what off? You're fucked, Hershey. All semblance of composure abandoned.
Just scream. Cascade, mega cool opera, and Hershey retired. Got a parade and everything.
A parade? Really? Must have missed the announcement.
It was very secret, a private parade, only for her realest
The
friends.
box on the table hisses and groans. One of the cords appears to twitch like a dreaming snake.
Let's drop the pretenses, shall we? Everyone's waiting on you.
Who's this everyone?
Old friends, professional critics, big-time players in the international organ market.
What are they asking about?
All kinds of stuff. They're asking, has she figured out her assignment yet? What's going on with her double? Does she still have it? Thrilling questions all. But mainly, they're concerned about your heart.
My heart is my concern.
Size of a fist. Weighs about a quarter kilo. They want to know what you'll take for it.
Heart's got a 10mm bullet next to it.
A heart with history. There's connoisseurs who'd pay a premium for that. Reminds me of a story in the paper. An Azuri cannibal pays another man for the pleasure of killing him and devouring his heart. Gruesome scene. Features a frying pan and all sorts of unprintable details. One detail they did print, though, was this. The fella who sells his own heart accepts his payment by check. GMs find it uncashed in his blood-drenched shirt pocket.
How much was it for?
If you believe what you read in the newspapers, our cannibal paid about 200 sol. Plus the life sentence, of course.
Sounds like everyone got what they bargained for.
Whatever we know, we pay dearly for it. The opera have dropped you in a river of shit. Maybe I can help you get yourself out of it.
Is your heart in there? Point of the box.
This thing? No. This is just the plastic box that keeps me from shaking the Manus Fati.
Gentle electronic tones rise and recede from it like the tide against a digital beach.
Last I heard, the original article was sitting on a desk in a third-level sub-basement somewhere in the Vesa. Story for another time, I'd say.
Somebody asks, did I know about 99 Poets? It sounds familiar. I think that's another one of the things. And someone says, did they change the skill icons? Yes, they did. They're more like enamel pins now, and they're a little bit more, I think they're all animals. How much was your heart worth?
My business, I'd say.
So what are you doing here?
This was your old haunt, was it not? See why you're drawn to it. Spacious, decent sightlines. Noisy enough to make bugging impractical.
At this hour, the bar is the closest it gets to busy. A half-dozen customers or so chatter, or idly watch a pelota match. The two of you attract no particular attention. Meanwhile, the bartender washes a few glasses in a tiny sink, looking up every now and then towards the television.
Yes. This place will do.
No, I mean, what are you doing in Portofino?
As I said, wanted to witness your return to live action myself. Just because I'm bereft of official existence doesn't mean I can't keep an eye on the younger generation. Maybe pass along a little practical wisdom here and there.
Okay, so my read on this guy is that he is a former opera spy who got burned. So he no longer officially exists, and he's just kind of living in exile. But it sounds like maybe he got burned because he took a bad deal. Because he's talking about selling your heart and getting nothing really for it. How am I getting on?
Verdict still out. Doesn't even seem like you made it as far as your unfortunate double. Almost like you made straight for the bar. Interesting approach.
Hold on, what do you know about my double?
Strappy coat, glasses, look of sorry bewilderment, gastropod. Something like that.
He doesn't really answer to anything these days.
That bad, is it? He looked rather lost when we last spoke.
He's great, thanks for asking.
Need to work on your deceptions. If I still had a heart, it would have pained me to hear that. Unfortunately, that seems to be the modus these days. Chiseling hunks of frost-burnt meat out of the freezer and tossing them straight into the grinder. Must be a better way, you'd think.
I'm just getting my hands warm.
Better grab a couple of sticks and start rubbing. Gets dark and cold here. You're gonna need it if you want to make it through the night.
What is this it you speak of?
It? That ineffable, inexplicable quality essential to success in theater. Frequently discussed, rarely demonstrated.
Can it be measured, detected?
No, it is uncountable and immeasurable. Much to the chagrin of the chart fuckers who'd lately seized control in the Bazaar and the other citadels of secret power. And yet, when in its presence, none can deny.
Have I got it?
Depends. Do you want to grab reality by the face, tear off a false skin, and stare into the abyss of stars inside her skull?
Yes.
There was a time when someone believed you might, seeing as they trusted you to set up the opera's last Portaferro network. Didn't turn out so hot, if reports are accurate. And yet, here you are, back on the scene. That suggests your it levels haven't totally flatlined.
Well, best not to dwell on dark and sticky matters. What makes you think I'm in a river of shit?
Call it your look of haggard perplexity. Assuming that's not just your normal expression.
Haggard perplexity.
You've been out of the action for 5 years. I've been in this game a long time. Picked up plenty of neat things that could be of interest to you.
The missing pop star, Ultravioletta.
Music, not really my area. Spotted a couple teenagers in elaborate costumes. Seem to be fans of some kind. I'd say they're your source.
Give me an example of one of these neat things.
Take a recent sample. One of your enemies has set up a secret jail somewhere here in Kisak. Strike a chord.
Which enemy is this?
The rich one. Emter.
Oh, that's not good.
Tempo was laying low from the Weeping Eye, not Emter. It would be very bad news if both the Operant Bureau's ancient enemies were mixed up in this.
My offer is this. I share with you a little from my wall of shadows. You help me with some personal research.
What makes you the expert on secret jails?
Because I've been in a few. And set up a few others myself.
No one said anything to me about secret jails.
Maybe this rendezvous was a bit premature. Tell you what, let's try again once you've gotten a bit more up to speed.
Right, I'll come back later.
I'll be here if you want to talk more.
Let's get my other information.
Is forearmed.
What else do you know about my double pseudopod?
Only what's in his red folder. Do you want to hear it?
I already know, but sure.
With a great sigh, the man leans back in the booth and closes his eyes.
Novessa born, graduate of the Polytechniker. No partner or dependents, of course. Father was a noted cosmonaut. Taught life sciences before his recruitment.
Real Luke Wilson says, I'm coming to this without watching the first stream. Hopefully I'll figure out what's going on soon. Okay, so basically we are a spy from the Communist Super Bloc. We are here in Portaferro, which is a independent state. We are on an assignment that we don't have the details of because when we got here, our partner was catatonic. Something had happened to him. It looked like he had maybe suffered a medical episode or maybe somebody did something to him. It's not clear. we know that the Weeping Eye, which is the spy bureau for La Luz, which is a techno-fascist nation, which is the sort of rising power in the world right now. We know that they're active in the area. And we also know that MTER, which is like the... they'd be more like... they're like a global capitalist consortium, sort of like the World Bank, or like the conspiracy theories about like the Bilderberg Group or whatever. We know that both parties are active here, and we don't like either of them, and they don't like us. So we're kind of in hot water, but we also don't really know what's going on yet. We know that Pseudopod was, he was doing something in the marketplace, and also that he had been in contact with a sex line operator. And we managed to contact the sex line operator. We didn't get a lot out of her. It didn't seem like she knew anything, but her whole situation is weird because the phone, there's a payphone that's just like set up so that it's always got an open line to her phone. And she just will answer, like she'll just talk to whoever picks up that phone, and nobody seems to be paying her anything. So something weird's going on there. Life sciences, hence pseudopod.
Cryptonyms are never so arbitrary as they're meant to be. When it comes to names, the mind demands something that sticks.
What's his true name?
Stiglitz. Thomas.
Oh. What else?
The old man's eyelids flutter as he continues.
No remark-worthy sexual tendencies. High attention to detail. A mild allergy to his own sweat. Occasional flashes of grandiosity. That last point may sound familiar.
Oh, I see. So that's his red folder, not the one that we read. Would we have been friends?
You were chosen because his skill sheet was thought to complement your own. How that translates interpersonally. More for you to say.
We would have been too potent together. The powers that be wouldn't permit it.
Sure. A two-person counterforce to stand against the shadow lettuce. Every junior operand's fantasy. And recitation.
Know anything about this mysterious red disc?
He takes the disc and adjusts his glasses to get a closer look.
So when we found Pseudopod, he was wearing headphones and sitting in a chair next to a stereo. And inside the stereo was this disc. And we have learned the disc was an Einzelton XR, which is a type of tape that will erase itself after a single play. And he had apparently listened to it. And that was maybe the last thing he did before he became catatonic. And the tape is hand-labeled with Ultravioletta, You But From a Dream. And we know that Ultravioletta is a Lusian pop star, but she's gone missing. And You But From a Dream is it's a name that sounds like it could be one of her songs, but it's not a song that anybody knows.
Two things stand out. First, this is an unusual format. Einzelton. Not just standard consumer fare.
I'm pretty sure this took out my double.
That right? Solid stagecraft, I'd say.
What's the other thing that stands out?
The artist, Ultravioletta, the Lusian electro-pop singer. Gone missing, so they say.
So they say.
You But From a Dream.
Does the title mean anything to you?
No, nothing at all.
What do you know about Subcomandante Bagman?
Local television personality. Though his accent suggests origins in the People's Republics. Lavendy, I'd say.
The PR Lavendy, the less socially developed neighbor of the PR Kohila.
Obviously a lunatic, an addict of some sort. I'd keep my distance, were I you.
Have you ever watched this show?
Please, operand. There's cavorting with a genius loci, and then there's wrapping your mouth around a raw sewage line. That said, he's got tens of thousands of regular viewers. Not bad for public access.
Yeah, he's like an Art Bell type. I would say Alex Jones, but he doesn't seem to be like a super right-leaning guy. He's more just a we refer to him as an anarchist. What's the reunion about?
Losing elites were the hard-on for maps. Kicked off in the 70s when Luz re-annexed a few neglected ex-colonies. No resources at stake. The world didn't fuss much.
Right, so Luz used to be an empire, and they controlled, like, everything. And then they had some kind of a revolution or reformation and became a techno-fascist nation. And in the process seem to have lost control of their colonies, but now they're interested in getting them back.
Now that they've dispensed with optics, the reunion's really picking up speed. That's got Enter spreading around the margins.
What's made the Lusians so brazen?
Probably they realize their opponents are too worried about smudging the world's makeup to really get into it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's your party that's really shitting its britches, wondering if they missed a fundamental, non-dialectical variable along the way. Good for them.
What kind of variable?
There's no linear relationship between people and history or post-history. Personally, I describe it to that pesky eye. Great derailleur.
So Disco Elysium is a lot about, it's very heavily talking about like the state of Eastern Europe following the fall of the Soviet Union and the sort of rise of the UN and of like, what do we want to call it? Like a European monoculture. And so in Disco Elysium, there's no like America stand-in. There's just like the moral intern, which is a humanist religion / like world government that is like the UN basically. And they are sort of exerting this weird like soft colonialism over all of these former Soviet state or these former like communist states like Revachol. And it was concerned with like, could you get back to the revolution? Because in Disco Elysium, the communards had been bombed into oblivion, like they were gone, and the ultimate argument in Disco Elysium is like, it could take a miracle, but it would take a miracle, but miracles can happen. And people can make miracles happen, and you kind of, the way that you make a miracle happen is that you sort of hold out faith for it, which is a really cool message. It's a really great story. I think it provides an unflinching look at communism. This story it keeps talking about the end of history, which is an idea from Francis Fukuyama, who believed that after the Soviet Union fell, that capital had established a world order that, if you've heard the word neoliberalism, that means like a world or like local order where the ultimate power is capital, and capital uses liberalism as its engine. So like capital is the most important thing, like this like, you know, market or free market, however you want to call it. And it functions best in a liberal society. So capital is the dominant force that then brings liberalism because that's the best environment for it to live in. And Francis Fukuyama believed that once the Soviet Union fell, that was the end of history. And not that like it's the end of the world or anything, or that nothing new would happen, but that the progression of human civilization was going to just sort of uniformly become this blob of varying flavors of liberal capitalism. And while that wouldn't necessarily be the case in every corner of the world, you would always have like, you know, little fascist states or little socialist states. We were never again going to see superpowers that took a different route. And it was pretty widely believed in the first world that he was right. But I think 2020 on kind of shows that he wasn't, and that our global situation is a lot less stable and a lot less predictable than we might have thought. Because you can see how something like COVID, which was a huge disaster for everybody, but in the grand scheme of things, like compare it to the Black Plague or something, and it's a drop in the bucket. Even something like that was able to just completely upend the apple cart, and we saw all of these major powers sliding back toward fascism. We've seen like socialist governments in first world countries making huge gains, and like all sorts of weird things that Fukuyama didn't seem to think would happen. And the other idea was that because of nuclear power, that was also going to be a stabilizing force, but it just doesn't seem to be. It seems like people have gotten used to the idea that the nukes are there and you can just ignore them. So now we're risking war with China and Russia every day, and there's no talk about like, oh, that would go nuclear in an instant. Like, no, it doesn't seem like it would. Which is that's bad. That's really bad. I need to plug in my phone and get another drink. So I will be right back. And I return. Let's get the chat back open. So yeah, the this game's story seems to be more exploring the idea that history is not nearly as over as we might have hoped.
Someone's already started drafting the next chapter. Rest of the world's just catching up.
I'm drinking a Monster Energy Zero Ultra, the white can. Who are my enemies here?
Take your pick. We're nominally in the developed world. That's Emter's home pitch.
I've already marked an M-Tear suit hogging a phone sex line.
That would be the negotiator subclass. Nothing like it in the animal kingdom. I understand they got operants in theater as well. By that same token, Portaferro was a Lusian penal colony for a long while. Some people think the Weeping Eye are lurking around every corner.
No comrades, it seems, only class foes.
He tilts his head, a playful glee in his eyes.
The techno-fascists are really treating the place like they own it again. Operating out in the open like that suggests confidence, I'd say. No such thing in my experience. Till next time, operand.
I've also got some Doritos Dinamitas. I'm trying not to crunch in the microphone, but if you...
What'll you have?
Above her, the small mounted television fizzes with the tinny shouts of a pelota match. I don't think we met.
No, I don't think we have. I'm Lucia.
Hershel. I used to be regular.
What brings you back?
Not why'd you leave, blessedly. She knows her audience. Atoning for my past mistakes.
First rounds on the house, then. What will you have?
I'll have one of your foul local schnapps.
She reaches for a half-full bottle of pink-tinged liqueur. In due course, a small trumpet-shaped glass appears before you.
Cheers.
The glass makes a little thunk as it hits the bar. You down it in one go, as is tradition.
I saw you were talking to your friend.
Do you know him?
No. He's been drinking here for the last week or so. Said he was expecting you.
Length of time he's been waiting for you to walk through the door. Unknown. Spoken to anyone else?
Yeah, one other guy. A few days ago, they spent a few hours talking.
What did the guy look like?
Youngish, glasses, receding hairline. Communist. Is the posture. Dead giveaway.
Your double suit pod. So the old fiend. I'm choking on a dinamita. Hold on. What can you tell me about the miracle line?
Don't tell me you're in Portofino for the phone sex.
It's better than admitting you don't know why you're here. It's a side thing.
Well, I'm glad it's not our only draw.
Did I can find this sex line?
It's a payphone to the west of here. It overlooks the water. You'll know it from the group of excited old men nearby.
Like from around here?
Close by. I grew up about 5 minutes from here.
That's cool that you stayed close to your roots.
If you're born Kisok, you never really leave. You know why they call it Party Alley?
Because it's so much fun being here?
It's Calle del Partido. From when we still had El Partido Comunista. They built the plaza around the Palace of Culture, not the other way around.
Toast the memory of the forgotten
The
palace.
bartender doesn't acknowledge the gesture.
Anything around here you'd recommend
Haven't
visiting?
you seen it all already? Thought you used to be a regular.
That was years ago.
Probably. The bootleg Bazaar, Beetle Tract, Palace of Culture, and I already told you about the Miracle Line.
What's Beetle Tract?
Lot of people lived there until it got bulldozed to build Sweet Nestor space program back in the 70s. Abandoned now, of course.
Sweet Nestor, Portofio's supreme leader from the years 28 to 80. What happened in 80? He fled to an unknown location after being exiled for the third and apparently final time through a small collection of loyalists await his return. What do you know about the Palace of Culture?
Not much. Nestor built it during his communist period. Building's still impressive from the outside, but it's been falling down slowly. You can find it at the top of Party Alley.
All right, thanks.
She nods, happy to stop playing the tour guide.
See you around.
See you.
Okay, well, we can't fix the TV yet. Let's check the phone next to the cop. That was back here, right?
You step into the booth and you hear... Still...
Okay.
You hang...
Still can't get anything on that phone. I was hoping we could maybe check its model number or whatever.
Where'd you get Carabinero gloves, miss? You shouldn't be wearing that. Could cause confusion.
Is it a crime?
Not something I can arrest you for, no. But if you impersonate any kind of law official at an actual crime scene or become a nuisance, then you could end up in court. Best if you remove it when out in public. Nothing to worry about then.
I saw some little boars in the alleys.
Nossa Senora Polaris. But just the little ones, yes?
Yes, I'd like to formally report them as adorable.
Right. Thank you for the report.
Why aren't you writing it down? It's a primo piece of intelligence.
Oh, Morito doesn't have a pen. But he has memorized the report. Don't worry.
You don't want to write it down, do you?
No pen, you see. And procedure says I'd have to file the report later today. At the station in the Sunset. An hour away. Do you have anything else to tell Morito?
You know where Tempo is by any chance?
Can't say I'm familiar with the name.
No part of him is even trying to actually pretend.
Lean closer. What if we whisper?
I still don't know him. Were I aware of anyone conducting illicit business, formalities would be expected. Paperwork, licensing, inspections. It'd be my responsibility to report all inconsistencies.
You know, for a cop, this guy's all right.
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods.
Okay, so we, our current goal is to get into this room.
You stand before Tempo's door once more.
We busted the door in last time. I was kind of hoping to find lockpicks, but we haven't found any yet. We could try breaking the door. It will, I believe, break the lock, if I remember, and that will make this check harder later if it's if it doesn't make it impossible. I think I'd rather look for lockpicks this time. There's no super huge rush. We could go to bed and try to meet the other contact in the morning. The kids are gone. I wonder if we can change the channel.
Gestures wild. The sounds from the... The fire exit remains ajar, full wedged into the crack.
Wave at the pylon engineer.
You raise your hand to wave at the engineer on his pylon. He waves back.
Let's go in there.
You emerge into the rusted insides of a deceased mechanical beast. The only light comes dimly from above a set of steel stairs, which you alight carefully. gripping the cold railing. The sticker on the panel reads, Propriedade de Renotel. In the center, the company's familiar dolphin mascot grins at you. Inside, you find a dirt-covered computer terminal. Above the gridwork of corroded wires, a sleek cable cuts a path towards the antenna.
A wound in the city's flesh, an orifice where the metal veins that twist and knot below your feet are exposed for a moment. Press the old terminal's on-off
The
button.
ancient terminal groans in response. Relays clack in a series of deep, satisfying clicks, like pistol chambers locking into place. System waking. Please wait. Welcome to Renotel Control version 1.2. Copyright 87 Renotel. Enter command.
What do I do with this thing?
The artery before you connects to every device connected to the Renotel wireless network.
But how to get it working?
The text cursor highlights the blank space where your command should go. Ask it.
Why is there a small angry line blinking
That's
at me?
a text cursor, and it's waiting for your input. When you type in a sequence of characters it recognizes as a command, the machine will react. You
Come
step
back.
away.
I am not taking that ball out. Oh, we saw this last time. This was womb-grown bullets. Perhaps there is such a thing as a perfect animal. From still to kill. So we are like it's a movie about a stillborn baby who is a police officer somehow solving crimes. Pretty good. Pretty good. It requires lockpick. Is there anywhere we haven't gone yet? Where are we now? I don't think we can get up to the Palace of Culture yet. Yes. Alright, we can try going to bed, see what happens. But I gotta get the perfect day. I gotta solve the job on day one. This is the full version. It is the early release version that Zaum hooked me up with. It's not the 1.0 version that will be available on the 21st. There's still obviously some little things here and there that need fixing that they're still working on, but they wanted to put out a preview version for streamers for this weekend.
Peeling wallpaper hangs above your bed. Uninspiring. Faded patterns. A great void of expression.
This would be a perfect place to hang a poster. A shadow from a passing aerotram crosses the wall momentarily. A flicker of light arranged by the cosmos zipped to wink at you. Hang up the reality situation
Birdman
flyer.
watches on approvingly as you secure his position.
You step back and survey your decorative efforts so far, paper on paper, dwarfed by the enormity of the void that surrounds it. This is nice. Seems warmer in here. You've been starved of art, of color, of light for 5 years. It's more than nice.
You return to your double. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber.
Let's sleep.
The anticipation of a decent rest pulls you towards the pillow.
We're not gonna move him? Maybe he's It might be the case that in the full version they'll have moved him. Because he's supposed to go in the guest room.
Oh, print. Nothing, I'm afraid. Very well.
She gives you a nod.
I'll be here if you...
Okay. We can tell the man who's waiting for the tram that it won't be coming.
You again. Any updates on the 9?
Line 9 isn't running. They haven't finished constructing it, and it won't ever be finished.
But how can that be? A gentleman from the Carabineros said it would be in service any day now.
A handsome foreigner. The Carabineros were playing a trick on him.
You'd think with all the MTER money this place has gotten, they'd have fixed their aerotrams.
I think they were trying to make a fool of you.
What am I supposed to do now?
Is there no other way back home?
There used to be a more direct route via Havergelia, but the border has been closed since it was re-annexed by La Luz. It's not so easy to get around as it used to be, you know?
What are you doing here in Portofino?
I was simply passing through on my way back home to Sundak. I had been working in Copablanco, but the work... well, the work dried up.
He does sound like Kim, but what's kind of cool is if it is Kim, even though he's doing another kind of breathy guy with a French accent, it sounds like a different, like the inflection is very different. If you like notice the way he hits like the R's and some stuff, it's always fun seeing that when it's a because the actor is French, and it's always fun seeing that from somebody who's like you know, got like a native accent like that.
That was more than a week ago, and well, here I am.
Despite his predicament, he's kept up with hygiene. His beard is shaved, his nails well manicured.
What line of work are you in?
I'm a political economist by training.
Uh-oh.
It must be said, this is the most handsome political economist you've ever encountered.
That's what you're doing here? Political economy?
Well, not in so many words.
So what are you doing here?
How to put this? You're surely familiar with the concept. A somewhat rich, older lady wants a nice exotic husband without the lifelong commitment, yes? Meanwhile, a clean, well-behaved man from the periphery wants to see the world but lacks the necessary capital. The woman pays for his relocation and gains a valuable commodity. A high-quality Sunnis husband.
No twitch, no hesitation. He's reclined into that reality long ago. If a woman of means wants him over other options, that makes him a luxury. He likes that.
What about Sunnis husbands makes them so desirable?
Where else can one find men so clean, attentive, strong, and conversant in political economy?
Traces of a born romantic linger in the man's voice. This was a doomed endeavor from the very beginning.
In other circumstances, I believe it could have worked out brilliantly, but alas, in my case, endogenous factors conspired to thwart my domestic bliss.
I'm sure you would have made a fine husband.
What can I say? Sunnis are both practical and romantic.
I'm not gonna insult him. Say no more. I've heard enough.
Right, of course.
I should be on my way.
A man turns back to his suitcases. You keep walking.
Boats cut through a film of algae and petrol on the water's surface.
The young man leans back, his gaze slowly tracing your outline. Both of his eyes drift outwards, as if pulled by different horizons.
Hold up. Before you say a word, are you single, or is this punishment for my voluminous sins? I have a girlfriend, she lives in the telephone. Single, with a vengeance. Alhamdulillah. Now, you came to me for a reason. Tell me how I can help you.
You've seen that kind of bravado before. He's running some kind of side hustle.
You running some kind of business? Business of you. You walk in here, you parlay with me, you're already half sold. The other half, I'll take care of that. Part of my services. The name's Goat Eyes. I'm a man of many endeavors. He taps his chest twice with his index finger. There's a guy from the Super Bloc spoken to you recently. Suit, glasses, bald spot. Forget about him. I can give you everything he can and more. We're not together, me and him. Even better. We can just get a boat, you and me, sail somewhere tropical, get to know each other over cocktails and deep-fried tenderloin. This is serious. Have you seen him around here or not? I'm always serious with you, but okay, I could see that fire in your eyes. I haven't seen it. Promise. What kind of services do you offer, exactly? Baby, not only am I a businessman, I'm a purveyor of taste. I curate high-class aesthetics and deliver low-overhead miracles. Sometimes it's fashion, sometimes it's conversation pieces. And I got fresh weed, too. Fresh as the weed. The freshest. He opens a crumpled foil pouch. A sharp funk escapes.
Sounding. Must have been harvested just a few days ago.
That's a failure. Okay, I believe you. You sell any other drugs? Just weed on account of it being part of my religion. Everything else is haram, he sniffs, adding punctuation.
This guy is a businessman first and foremost. No way he's not selling something if it can turn a profit.
You sure? I said all I can say on that.
He means that. If he said otherwise, he'd be going against some kind of code.
So he's got our lockpick. We need some money. We can get money from the photo lady. The universe provides. He spreads his arms wide.
Obviously.
Okay.
Presented between his finger and thumb, a small but sturdy metal prong, a lockpick.
Your name is Goat Eyes? The one and only. Anyone ever bother you here? Say the Guardia Municipal. GMs? Half of them owe me money. Some grew up and viewed us. We fried plantains on the same radiators. Little Marito still working the Bazaar? He is, protecting the peace and all. Yeah, that's good, it being boar season and all. If I were to stay away from anyone, it'd be the Carabineros. Those fuckers don't fix problems, they pull them out like teeth. Sounds like they've done something to you or someone you know? A suspicion, that's all. He looks toward the horizon. No good talking about it. It won't change anything. You just be careful around them. Let's cool it on you. Later, Goat Eyes. I'll be seeing. Something's in there. Oh, it requires a lockpick. I got it. He's got the best sales pitch for his lockpick is that there's a locked thing next to him, and we know there's an item in there. So he knows what he's doing. I'm a little turned around. Is the Photoshop over here? It's up here, right? Yeah. Compared, this area is the same environment from the first stream. It's just daytime. Slitherpuff House says, compared to the environment the first stream, this area looks really revishal. But the as far as I know, at least one of the lead artists is the same. I think several of the same artists are on this. So.
Very well.
She gives you a nod.
Nothing, I'm afraid. That's understandable. It's head south. Leave the bootleg. Hardly.
Okay.
Of course.
So she doesn't
I'll be
have a
here if
daily
you-
stipend for me. She just had that once. Well, that's rough. How are we gonna get a 28 Sol? Everywhere I go, everything requires lockpick. There's gotta be a way to make some cash. Could mug someone. Yeah, we could. Oh, here's those teens.
Drift away, Stardust.
I'm a second-hand dream dealer, but I'm the only dream you got.
Cool, yeah, sick. Very teen.
Who says sick? Are you 30?
Here, baby.
Ultravioleta says moon glow.
Grub is here. Grub, say hello. Say hello to the people. My baby. Yeah, you need money to get a lockpick, but you need a lockpick to get money. Isn't that the way of it?
Moon glow is the reflection of a missing sun. Isn't that the best lyric you've ever heard?
Grub is in my lap and she's headbutting me. Ultravioleta, the Lusian pop star, the one who seems to be everywhere suddenly. Oh, so were those L-pop costumes?
Is that outfit your middle-aged history teacher costume? Don't be mean. We're representing the ultras right now. It's not her fault she looks that way.
Pity on her face. The teenager pities you.
This is what we call fan shifting. We become Ultravioleta, and we sing her songs as an act of faith and love.
Is it earnest or ironic? Your head swims. Do you recognize this Ultravioleta track? Show them the red disc.
Why do you have that? How did you get that? That's secret UV lore, not for someone like you.
They think you're uncool. Maybe someone at the Bazaar can help you teen up your style. Fan shifting.
Yeah, we're fan shifting right now. Not surprised you've never heard of it.
We like to do it together. It's fun to make the costume. And it's nice to sing to the world when it listens.
With a little cosplay kind of. Starting their personas at such a young age. Impressive. Ooh, you look fantastic.
Thanks.
Obviously.
Are you having fun pretending to be Ultravioleta?
We're not pretending. Why can old people not wrap their heads around it?
Ugh, like that guy with the weird headphones the other day.
Was he creeping on your costumes?
No, maybe? I couldn't tell. He was so weird.
He came up to us out of nowhere and said, in some territories, impersonating the monarch is a crime punishable by death. Death.
So this headphones guy acknowledges the regency of Ultravioleta. He sounds like an obsessive.
Oh, maybe that's why Ultravioleta's been missing all this time. Maybe the weird headphones guy kidnapped her, and he's keeping her songs all for himself.
Wait, slow down.
No, that's it. Case closed. He was obsessed.
No way. But he looked so old. Wait, no, actually, that's so chic. That fits.
It's unreal. Like, almost the exact embodiment of the moon glow spirit.
You've lost them. So, Ultravioleta's missing?
Weren't we just talking about that? Kidnapped for sure.
Or abducted. Aliens using her as a sad singing fuck glove. Come on. And you think the weird headphone guy has her?
Crime of passion. I bet he's making her sing for him.
She holds her fingers to her heart in a V. Maybe she's on that barge that the guy saw. The
I
ghost
wouldn't mind
ship.
too bad if he kidnapped us.
I'm sure she'll be okay, don't worry.
You don't know that. You don't have to lie to us just because we're younger than you. We live in the world too.
If she is dead, unlikely, there's nothing more moonglow than dying young and tragic.
How about nearly dying young and tragic? Is that moonglow? They descend into laughter. So tell me of these ultras you represent.
Ultras are ultra fans of Ultravioleta. It's a lifestyle commitment. Some of us have even died for this.
Respect for the martyred ultras.
Come here. She's like halfway laying on my lap and halfway on the desk in a way that is obviously not tenable. She's just staring at me. Baby. My little baby's here to see me. They both strike the same stiff pose and V-shaped salute. Rest in peace. Strike it back at them. Killed by the rhythm. It happens.
Not like this. This was way chicer. Mass suicide.
Random acts of self-annihilation are not unheard of in the ultra community.
They didn't even have to plan. They just heard the lyrics and knew. It was time to jump off the balcony of their parents' apartment building.
We live on the ground floor. I'd have to, like, slit my throat or something. Messy.
Pseudopod didn't seem like a suicide, but he was listening to the UV disc when he died. I think that might have happened to somebody I know.
Nah. It was just one live performance on the radio a few years ago. Lucky bitches.
See you around, teens.
Sure.
Okay, so we have to get some Ultravioleta cosplay. But we're still trying to save up for a stonemason stops to admire the patterned brickwork around the new sampling. Grub, what do you want? Your odds of winning the slaughter are roughly 0.000658%. Grub does this thing where she like reaches out and puts her paw on me. Like she like stretches, splays out her claws and just like rests it on me for a second. It's like she's trying to pet me, but she doesn't really know what petting is. I can hop over here, but I don't think I can do anything up here. Someone says, so this is France as opposed to the Soviet bloc. This is more like Brazil. Or, I was also getting heavy, like, there's a lot of places in Southeast Asia that have this kind of vibe where it's like post-colonial and still living in the shadow of communism and of, you know, capitalist, like the looming thread of capitalism moving in.
The hoglets are still grunting. You leave the book.
How much of the original team is in this? So I know some of the writers, the lead artists. I would need to see the full list of credits, which I haven't seen yet. It is some people and some new people. If everything goes to shit, you can always come hang out with the Untergang. I think there's a different doctor in here. And we need to see him. Indochina? Yeah, something like that. Patient charts left out in the open. High-end medical equipment gathering dust. The half skull above the bib of organs makes you shudder. He spends his days sitting with his back to his memories.
One personal touch in the otherwise sterile, blank clinic. The wall has been decorated with photographs, documents, evidence of Dr. Hugo's existence. Lights glint off the glass as you read what's under them. Multiple medical school degrees and a City of Portofino license to practice. Issued by the Portofino Board of Medicine to a The license is real, but it's out of date. There's a faded stamp half hidden behind the frame. The renewal date reads Octos 91. Perhaps something to confront the good doctor about. A collage of someone else's life begins to take form in front of you. Moments caught, suffocated, pinned under glass.
There are many pictures.
Well, it's a lot
of
more
much
sterile than the
younger
other
Hugo
doctor's office.
And a woman with a heart-shaped face. At his medical school graduation, at a fancy dinner, both of them grinning on a broad walk somewhere. Her in a white pantsuit, and Hugo in a charcoal robe. A simulation of company, carefully arranged on the walls to keep him surrounded through the long days. A collage of a formal photo, class of 71. Hugo buried somewhere amongst rows of other fresh-faced new doctors. Then a newsprint clipping, Hugo receiving an award on stage. Hugo and a handsome bearded man, both grinning, their arms around each other's shoulders. The gallery continues. Hugo asleep on a pile of medical textbooks, drooling. Hugo adjusting some sort of massive medical apparatus. Hugo at patients' bedsides.
Is medicine his whole life?
The professional photos outnumber the personal 3-to-1. That should tell you all you need to know. He wouldn't have willingly given up a career that meant so much to him. The medical board would be the only party with that sort of power. Maybe Dr. Hugo's had some trouble with his license.
Those medical board bastards.
You avert your eyes.
Welcome to the clinic. My name is Dr. Hugo. How can I help you?
The man takes a measured sip of water from a clay cup as he eyes you carefully.
I met one of your peers, Dr. Gonza.
I'd hardly call Gonzalo a peer. I hope he was on his best behavior.
There's no telling what Gonza's behavioral baseline is.
Yeah, last I saw he was about to hang himself.
I doubt he was serious. He has a passion for theatrics. The more gruesome, the better. I'm just glad you don't seem to need medical attention in response to his medical attention.
How do you two know each other?
We used to work together when we were both younger. I'd rather not get into it, if you don't mind.
I've never seen a clinic on a boat before.
Yes, it's different, isn't it? I find that it is much easier to connect with my patients than it was at my old practice in Sunset.
Grub has taken notice of the cursor, and she's tracking it like it's a bug. Oh, she's gonna try to attack it. Let's see if I can film that. Now we're gaming.
The Sunset is an upper class district north of Kisok.
Grub, you're slowly taking over my workspace.
The heavy floorboards are spotted with motor oil and boot prints.
If I ever ran a boo-boo boat, I'd want it to be just like this one.
Pardon?
I said, if I ever ran a boo-boo boat, I'd want it to be just like this one.
Oh.
He briefly nurtured the hope that he'd heard you. Now he must confront the reality that he's actually having a conversation with you. The floorboards groan. The hole scrapes the side of the canal.
What sort of practice you run here?
Family medicine.
The sort of serene, approachable expression that is considered key to good bedside manner.
You can see a lot of patients all the way back here?
A man stands in front of the payphone, clutching the receiver.
You're right next to the miracle line. Get a lot of phone sex related injuries?
No. I don't even know what the phone sex injury would entail.
Yeah, sprained dialing finger, overworked larynx, phone cord asphyxia, that sort of thing.
Definitely not.
Well, the sort of things that people come to you for.
Broken legs, heat stroke, parasites, ringworm, distemper. I'm somewhat of a generalist.
Yeah, he is kind of bad.
Of course.
I'd like to ask you a medical question.
Of course. What can I help you with?
What makes someone go completely catatonic, an empty vessel where a human being used to be?
Catatonia is an incredibly general symptom. It could be caused by anything from overdose to meningitis to a stroke. I'd need to see the patient to venture a guess.
Pseudopod will not be exposed, nor will you.
Say he was fine medically until he listened to a weird audio disc. What then?
I suppose audio could trigger some sort of neurological event, but they are exceedingly rare. More than likely, it's a coincidence. He may have sat down, put on his headphones, and then had a massive cardiac event. Substance use is also rampant in musical subcultures, I've been told.
Pretend it's theoretical. He's stable, no injuries, no drugs.
No, it would all be guesswork, which is unwise, medically or ethically.
The thing is, he's not really mobile at the moment.
He angles his head slightly as he looks at you impassively.
I guess Dr. Gonza's my only option, unless you can recommend someone else.
I'd advise against it. But regrettably, I can't think of a doctor I trust who'd diagnose someone in absentia. I hope you'll find a way to make sure this patient gets the care they need.
Listen, man, this is an emergency.
Then why are you here? And not at the hospital?
Suspicion. Paired with self-loathing.
Right, back to Gonza then.
He gives you a brief nod, and nothing else.
A nod declaiming any and all liabilities for whatever befalls you there. Grub, okay, you can't sit on the keyboard. No, don't. She's pushing buttons. And she knows that she's not supposed to, and that it's going to get me to stop playing and pay attention to her. It's just purring nonstop. Gorb. She is gaming. Okay, you're gonna like push a hotkey and like mute the stream or something. Grub. Please. Please, please, please don't mess up my job. See you later.
Until next time.
Oh yeah, we do kind of look like Alyssa Ashcroft. Yeah, I like Cascade. She's cool character design here. I need to review something real fast. Grab. Okay. So we've got conditioning here. This is like our thought cabinet, I suppose. The quest for it.
This is a dangerous path you are traversing, Cascade. In the subterranean halls of the opera, the ancients are whispering about you.
This is
They're saying Cascade has gone looking for it.
This voice actor is Idiot Doom Spiral. I am very much looking for it.
Then you've already lost. Some are born with it. Those who go looking for it, more often than not, end up destroying their lives in pursuit of the elusive ideal, like operant probable before you.
I need to understand the nature of this it.
The question before you is the same one that obsessed operant probable during the period of their precipitous decline. In their final reports, Probable speculated that it had disappeared completely from this material plane, and could only be recovered by undertaking a dangerous meta-quest.
Alright, let's take up the lance for it.
Luck and skill, Cascade. You will need both.
So we're not in continuity with Disco Elysium, but I like to imagine that Idiot Doom Spiral is here in spirit. That he's our he's like our spirit handler. Yeah, a meta quest, a kind of ocular rift. I'm gonna climb on top of you.
Excuse me. The upstairs room is private.
Oh, then maybe put a no entry sign then.
Thank you for the advice.
It seems like you're trying to hide
I
something.
will live here. Please, just stop.
I fully committed to being as annoying as possible, this poor man. He did nothing to deserve this. A lock like you'd see on a diary, easily snapped, and you get sturdy pony cigarettes. Staring at you blind across a gulf with alcohol poisoning. Che remains from whoever used to live here. Oh right, so the market is now open because it's daytime again. This is the dock. We need to go up. Is there Disco Elysium VR? No, but the mobile version of Disco Elysium is actually kind of cool. I thought it would be very stupid, but they Jamrock Hobo did a cool video about it. There's some really interesting art in it. Grub, you cannot be on the desk. Okay. There was a lot of fear that it would be like a sort of lobotomized version of the game, but it's not, and it uses a different system for exploration because obviously isometric isn't going to work on a phone screen. And what they did is they actually went and really painstakingly drew some beautiful artwork of every scene that you can kind of pan around on your phone. Yeah, she did make that. She did go, eh. Sometimes when I pick her up, she goes like, ah, ah. Like just little strangled sounds coming out of her. But I do recommend at least checking out Jamrock Hobo's video about the Disco Elysium mobile because the art is really, really cool.
Oh, it's you.
Where's plushie number 3? They're all missing.
Missing. Maybe they followed my dad.
I hear you have a new boss, a teenage girl.
Oh yeah, she's cool. Intimidating too, despite the size. We hang out sometimes in the back of the stall. She's been good about this thing with my dad. Old soul.
Do you know what this is?
Oh, that's Ultravioleta, the Lusian pop star. Always thought that type of music was too young for me, but I've been enjoying her stuff recently for some reason.
So the grip, I like this the way that we're learning about Luz through its like cultural detritus, like it's like mass media, because we are from a relatively low-tech Soviet state. I keep saying Soviet. It's a communist state, so when she says stuff like this, it makes me wonder, like, is there some kind of like mind control in the media, or is this just what this kind of like colossal cultural footprint looks like to somebody who's not part of the like global market, you know? And it's like, is there a meaningful difference between those two ideas? Have you heard of the song "You But From a Dream"?
No, but it's definitely her kind of title.
She peers at the disc again, blonde hair falling over her face.
Weird disc. Oh, you should ask Petre at the music stall over there. He'll know more. Doubt he's an ultra though. What takes your fancy?
So she has, if we saw last time, she had the party wig and the interstellar glasses. But there's more now. She has an entire Carabiniero uniform. That's where we got these gloves. I feel like the wig might be the start of impressing those teens, but...
You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
we're trying to get money for the
You
lockpick.
step back to the tower of plushies.
We're gonna exert and try again with 3 die. Yes! Inside you. What's it doing in there? Nothing yet. Still hunting. Plushie number 3 has shredded the social contract.
Plushie number 3 is you. You turn back to the bazaar.
Oh wait, is this how we become a furry? Hold on. Fangs, claws, nasty glowing eyes and all of that. A greater capacity for violence where pure drive takes you. So we have 2 slots to condition. This increases our instincts and sensors skill potential.
You feel that rattling around inside you?
Okay, so we got multiple head voices for this. What is it?
It's part of you. Fangs, claws, nasty glowing eyes and all that. The animal within. It's been caged down there for years, sticking its snout in the lightless dirt, licking the insides of aluminium cans.
What type of animal?
You are an animal. The divide between human and beast is an illusion. Stops you unlocking your full potential. Your connection with primal impulses and power.
There are times when an operant's humanity prevents them from getting the job done.
Throw open the cage. Let the beast come forward in all its stinking, biting glory.
Oh!
The animal is out.
Alright, so... let's see what we... Reinforced effects is... our potential goes up and assess whether we or others have it. Oh, we can turn these off. We can unequip these. So, unlike the... So when we equip these, they get locked in for a period of time. This one's locked in for 12 hours. But it's not like Disco Elysium where you have to wait to like unlock the thought. We just have it now that we've equipped it. But we will lose it if we are unkind to an animal. And we will lose the quest for it if we gain relation disadvantage. I'm not sure what that is. Also, was that actor who read that line, was that Harry's voice actor? Was that, he wasn't doing the reptilian lizard brain, but was that him? Mostly picking it up from the accent and like the sort of rumble in the voice. But I suppose lots of people have accents. So we've got a skill point. I feel like gray matter has been sort of in need of... it's been failing us a lot. Statehood, too. I think I like gray matter better. Yeah, these new icons are a lot better, and I like that we don't earn the pin until we've actually bought the skill point, which is kind of cool. It's like, I don't know if these are like service pins. I like that. So personalism is a dolphin, and dolphins are the symbol of Ranotel, the phone company. Sensors is a cool moth. This is the only one that's not an animal. It's planets. I wonder what it signifies that it's not an animal. Okay, and so like Disco, our skill max is what our stat is, but because like we have that animal magnetism thought, we get an extra point of skill max. Pretty cool.
Oh, it's you.
Derek Tran says, still wish we had small bass icons to mimic the era it's imitating, but oh well. Yeah, those, I mean, the one thing I really like about the original Disco icons too is the
Thanks for stopping by.
Some of them are based on characters in the game. Like Half-Light, if you compare it to Kuno's portrait, it is like very clearly Kuno. And I like that because it's like Harry saw Kuno and was so struck by him that he like internalized the idea of this, you know, angry little boy, and like made him into like a totem for his like soul. And composure seems to be Kim. Authority is Titus. I think physical instrument. Is it? It's not physical instrument. One of them looks like Measurehead. And it, you know, we know that Harry was in town for a couple of days before the game actually begins, so he did see these people around. And I just like the idea that it belies kind of like a respect that he has for them on like a fundamental level that is never really gives it voice, you know, but it's cool to pick up little scraps of storytelling like that. Oh yeah, empathy is Dolores Day, if you look at the icon and compare it to her portrait. Okay, and we do want to buy Blood Golem. Oh, another thing I picked up that wasn't in the demo. So there's a black metal record in here that actually sounds like it's good, and this record store guy who's a total snob was like, actually that is a good record. And we found out that Morito, the cop, he likes Blood Golem. So maybe if we get him that record, something will happen. I already had the conversation with this fella.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent
Did you hear anything about an unmoored boat out there? Surprised you did. It's got some of the local sailors scared. What spooked them? Not sure. One man, trustworthy guy, reckons he saw something thrashing around in the cabin. A beast, he said.
It must be slain. A jolt of fear snaps through you, writing itself across your face.
I would say if you haven't done a Disco Elysium playthrough where you go Apocalypse Cop and lean really hard into Inland Empire and Shivers, there's a ton of lore buried in there. So if you have read The Sacred and Terrible Air, it takes place like, I think like 40 years after Disco Elysium. It comes before, but it was made before, but it takes place after. And it talks about how 20 years ago, Revachol was nuked. It was destroyed by like a Mesk fleet, which was working for the Innocents, because there's a new Innocence in that time, who is the Innocents of nihilism, who believes that the Pale must be allowed to spread across the entire world to destroy everything. And if you look at the Moral Intern's motto. It's afterlife, the pale, after the pale, life again. It kind of suggests that they sort of believe in this like apocalyptic ideology, sort of like how like evangelicals believe that we need to create war in the Middle East to cause the Armageddon.
Unclear if he noticed. He sniffs idly, rolling the cigarette between his lips.
I believe Harry says that the world is going to end 22 years from now. And what's interesting is Shivers tells you if you go Shivers, you start speaking to la Revolcholière, which is like the genius loci of the city, and it tells you that it can be saved, but only if Harry like stays in the city and commits. And so I think in the book timeline he didn't do that, but I don't know that that's entirely deterministic, right? I think like whatever you do in the game is what happens. And I think there's a future where like Harry becomes like a if not an innocence, then maybe like an anti-innocence, and like stands up against that nihilism. Everybody got on my case for saying nihilism, even though the Latin word is nihil. And what do you think it is? Wouldn't like to guess, he smiles. Just might be another drunkard's tale. The sea's got plenty of those. Do you have a favorite sailor's tale? Ah, why not? Ever heard of Carrick's Fold? Sure. There's a shadow in the depths, he shrugs, bigger than any ship. Sailor diaries and logbooks stretching back centuries mention it. Different tongues, same stories. Could be a massive coral ridge, could be a large guyot, but the reports I know agree on two things. First, the shadow moves. Like something swimming? Maybe, but if so, it's territorial. A deep sea whale, a squid. They tend to cover distances. Whatever's down there doesn't. And the second thing. Some sailors swear they've seen lights far below. Not always, but when the sea's dark enough. What kind of lights? Blinking. What do you think's down there? Rustamian folklore calls it the Deep Mason, a giant of sorts, a protector. I doubt that's it, but that's the image I grew up with. That's cool. I like that. Anyway, stories are stories. Whatever's on that unmoored boot's probably a lot more mundane. Wait, so Bagman was talking about invisible aircraft carriers. What if there's like a like an undersea like arsenal gear type thing that La Luz has? That is like the size of an aircraft carrier, but it's underwater and it's got lights and it's blinking. Something I like about this setting, and Disco's too, is that you don't know quite enough to know what is and isn't possible. And you can make like these educated guesses based on what you observe in the world, but your scope is so limited. And it just does really funny things to the imagination. Years Like Fever says, I was busy bathing my baby and putting her to bed. I feel like I missed so much. We've just been wandering around trying to find money. What's your name? Boatman. That's just what people call you. And I'm not complaining. Let's try again. What's your first name? Boat?
You know where this is going, right? You're not going to just walk into it.
I'm gonna walk into it. Alright, and your last name?
He stares at you and keeps staring at you.
Man. Noted, thank you. Let's move on, shall we? A smile on the edges of his mouth. I like this guy. This guy's the baddie. A lot of bootlegged goods here. Where do they all come from? Depends. Some are produced locally. Textiles the easiest to replicate. Got some artisans in the Hill of Pigs. Other things, like toys, need to be brought from abroad. There's small manufacturers scattered across the Nos Corrientes coast. Families with presses, off-book factories. Other crates have to cross a few borders. How about real Lusian goods? How'd they get here? Easier than you might think. Lusians, they don't mind a little cultural leakage these days. Guessing the port authorities are in on it too? So long as they get a cut.
Treaties, obligations to foreign banks and bureaucracies, third-party audits, all part of joining the developed world.
Sunbro says, first time I played Disco Elysium, I totally missed the whole the Pale is actually real and is consuming the world and all the supernatural stuff. Yeah, especially, so it's really common, I think, for people to go intelligence for their first cop, and they'll wind up putting a lot of points into encyclopedia, and you just get bombarded with like walls of information if you do that, and it becomes like impossible to filter like what is important and what is not. So you wind up missing really plain facts that are extremely relevant to your case, and just getting like, you know, learning about the fucking Wompty Dompty Dom Center, like, and you know, like international capital and Contact Mike. No, Contact Mike is important. I will say Contact Mike is something everybody should know about. The Pale is very abstract in the way it's described. Yeah, so I think the way to think about the Pale is the parts of the story that haven't been written yet, or like that aren't covered. So like just like blank pages. And so when you can talk to Joyce about what it's like to go through the Pale, and she's like, it's nothing, and then you're nothing, and you just have to like endure and try to like focus on being something until you get to the other side of it.
A big gang where no one's your friend.
And Tempo set all of this in motion. He did. The smuggler lets a small smile slip through. Started as 6 tarps in the dust and a handful of Lusian contracts. By the end of the first year, half these stalls were up.
A tinge of grief flutters past his face.
Sunbro says, the game lost me on the whole pale concept when someone mentioned pale-aged vodka. So I think pale-aged vodka is a clue about what is wrong with Harry. So the official line that everybody kind of accepts is that he just drank so much that he had an amnesia episode. I think he destroyed himself on purpose. And it could have been with pale-aged vodka, or it could have been by sticking his head in a 2mm hole or something. Because the Crabman also has amnesia like that. And if you talk to him, he'll actually say, like, it sounds like you were communing with the mother. And, you know, the Crabman wouldn't remember if you had been there. And we know that Harry has been to that church in the past. So it's very likely that he did interact with the Pale Hole there, and maybe purposefully obliterated his past. Yeah, and it's vague, but the Pale drivers being a job that has a tangible effect on their lives, very real. Sammy says it's CPTSD. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Do you know about the legend Contact Mike? Your mangled brain would like you to know that there is a boxer called Contact Mike. Talking to Joyce about how the world is a corona rather than a sphere separated into Isilors by the Pale was so much like a, oh, moment. The C in CPTSD stands for cop. Yeah, and it does sound like a fake supernatural thing. And I think Kim is a little bit banking on you believing that it's a fake supernatural thing. And there's some people suspect that he maybe knows more than he lets on, or that he's a moral intern spy, because he's so interested in not letting Harry know about the Pale. And we know that Harry does have like entroponetic powers. And maybe letting him go down that line of inquiry would be bad. If you were trying to, you know, prevent him from becoming the anti-innocence or whatever. But I also I really like Kim, his like reverence for when you do actually encounter supernatural or like unusual things. I believe in the Communist Vision quest, when you build the House of Cards, even he is like in awe of like a physically impossible structure built out of cards existing for like 10 seconds.
An assortment of cargo crates sits in waiting, adorned with faint chalk marks and bright yellow labels.
That's just fear. Maybe.
A maze of hastily drawn letters and numbers stands in contrast to the printed labels above. The symbols range from A to D, 0 to 9.
Real Luke Wilson says, me over here knowing generally what Disco Elysium is, but never having played it, thinking. I recommend everybody play Disco Elysium. If you absolutely don't have time, a really wonderful playthrough of Disco Elysium can be found on Super Great Friends channel. He plays the game blind, and he picks he becomes a beef cop who is extremely emotional and winds up having a really, really like moving and wonderful and extremely funny playthrough. And he doesn't like mess around too much. Like he just kind of commits. He's doing it like Let's Play style. I mean, he streams, but he streams in like a Let's Play kind of style.
You're not meant to be able to. It's not for you.
Expect the labels.
Machine printed, crisp, and official. They all bear the same logo. Tiny gold dots in a precise angular pattern.
The Wooly Versus one produced some of the funniest shorts on YouTube. There's a clip where he's playing with I don't know who he's playing with in that clip, but they're talking to the gardener lady who's actually the lawyer for the Hardy Boys, and it's like a conceptualization or something. It's like there's something about this woman you can't quite put your finger on, and they fail the role, and the only option to pick is you're black. And it's just, they're both like completely covering their faces. Like, are you sure there's no other option? Yeah, all you can see is the chance. It's such a funny moment.
Point of origin, Ministry of Mass Culture, Cicatriz Frontera, the lengthening gleaming capital of Lelou's.
The Hardy girl is she's not the Hardy girl. The Hardy girl is Ruby. Oh, also Limmy from Limmy's show did a playthrough of Disco Elysium, and his is very funny too because he's like role playing while he's playing. And he has a very funny clip also where he gets he's got some kind of like tape up on like his window shade in the room where he's streaming, and he's streaming like in the morning because that's like evening in the US, I guess. And he's like concentrating very hard on the game, and then suddenly you hear a snap and the screen just goes completely white because like the blinding morning sun just instantly comes through the window and like annihilates him. You're all right, lad. Yeah, so Limmy's playthrough is very funny.
These aren't smuggled at all. They're government sanctioned from the Lusian Cultural Ministry.
Look inside.
Black cartons of cigarettes are stacked in tight rows. One of them has been slit open. 2 packs missing.
Is this what they call taxation?
Yes. More commonly known as theft.
Ooh, we could steal some cigarettes. I'll steal it! No one will ever know!
Around you, dock workers move in predictable patterns. Your hands sink into their rhythm and find the carton's edge. Under your fingertips, cellophane wrapping gives way to cardstock. You retract your hand, a single packet of Ouroboros Blacks clutched in it. The design portrays a snake eating its tail, embossed in gold.
Derek Trent says, hearing Worm Girl go beyond a very gentle tone is insane. Yeah, my voice is still wrecked from, I got COVID, and it, I didn't get like, I wasn't like bedridden with fever, but it was a really like long-term lingering cough, and my voice is still kind of wrecked from it. And my fingers are still like tingling. I've got like pins and needles in all my fingertips. And that hasn't really gone away, which is a little concerning, but
Top shelf tobacco. There's at least 500 sol worth of cigarettes in this crate. Tempo's favorite brand. The only person to actually enjoy their heavy flavor.
black cigarettes, strong visual.
Yes, he liked that aspect too.
Are you here, brother?
Here and everywhere. You can feel his presence. In the stalls, in the docks, in the charged air itself.
Sammy says long COVID is real. Maybe. I don't have like the long COVID symptoms. I don't feel like sick or anything. I just have this lingering cough, I think because like, you know, COVID like damages your lungs. And so you get this cough while you're like still turning over and regenerating your lung cells. And of course, coughing hurts your lungs, so it kind of lingers a bit. And then, but yeah, the finger tingling is supposedly a symptom of long COVID, but nothing else seems to be wrong with me. Wait a minute, did they say 500 cigarettes? They did, okay. 500 sol worth of cigarettes. I almost missed that. That's funny. There's been a couple of little like memes slipped in here and there. Hello, what's this? Temporary cargo storage shed. Now I'm the cargo.
You're back again.
The GM gives you...
If we can't make money, there's gotta be a way to make money, though. We'll try to make money for a little bit. If we can't, we'll try kicking open the door. Maybe these guys know.
Marcia.
He nods gruffly.
Wish I could say the same. Until next time.
Cargo? Yeah, I hope it does. I love the baby boars. They have little spots on their fur and the little white bellies and stripes. And they're little babies. And they have little fat bellies and they follow mama around and they wag their tails. A friend of mine has like a really tiny little like mini pig. He's like a little bit bigger than like a little dog. Like he's like the size of, it's like bigger than a pug, smaller than a bull terrier. He fucking hates me. He's really sweet to everybody else, but just like me, he can't stand. And I had to like I met him when he was like a baby and he was fine, and then she was like going out of town and I had to like house sit and take care of the pig, and he hated me and he would just attack me. He would charge me anytime he saw me. He would constantly try to bite my feet. He did one time and left like a, he bit me like as hard as a human could bite me. And left like a pig tooth mark bruise on my foot. And I got the flu while I was there, and I was like trying to house sit, but I was like barely get out of bed, and this pig was like stalking me, and I had to like I had to get like a stick and like fend him off whenever I had to go feed him or something, because he was just coming after me. And I was like, what happens if like I collapse or something from the flu and my friend comes home and like finds my dead body being eaten by her pet pig? And yeah, they can eat people and stuff, but the funny thing about them is they are, you think of a pig as like a fat animal, like that's what people say, it's like, oh, pig is fat. No, it is pure muscle. It's like like if you've ever held a snake, you know how strong they are for their size? It's like that. Like every part of the pig is either bone or muscle. There's nothing like, there's no wasted space on the pig. And they are always hungry. Also, he's very funny. Like, if there was ever, like, the slightest inconvenience, he would start screaming like he was being murdered. So, like, if he wanted to go across the room and there was, like, a little, like, tipped-over empty cardboard box in the way, instead of going around or just nudging it, he would just start shrieking until somebody came and moved it for him. Just a ridiculous little guy. And I don't hold any of that against him. I think he's very funny, and I love him, even though he does not love me. He's an animal. He's not in control of his he's not in control of his relationship with the world. And there's the fat of their back, which is thicker on domestic pigs. Yeah, true. I mean, they obviously do have fat, but like if you feel the animal, none of it feels blubbery. It's all just like solid and like ultra dense, like much more than like a dog or especially a cat. Or it's like a cat almost feels like a liquid. Oh, we can get down here. Dissected and abandoned. There's 2 beer. Oh wait, one was mezcal. Okay, hold on. Now we're drinking. Smoky liquor distilled from 3 different varieties of agave and best strung straight. I will tell you, a good tequila is the best liquor in the world. As bad tequila is, there is nothing better than good tequila. Just for like drinking straight. All right, can we lower our fatigue? Yeah, so we'll have some coffee. And then, yeah, some cigarettes. Notice we haven't eaten. We've just been drinking booze and coffee and smoking cigarettes, and we ate one candy we found in a guy's pocket. And it was like an ancient piece of candy. The most popular seats in town. I love that this couch, this like hangout couch, is directly below like the sewer pipe from Stardew Valley. Oh, look at that. Is that her? Oh, she's huge. I think Kim does get on your case about not drinking water, but you don't ever eat food in Disco Elysium. The only food you can eat, I believe, is if you get the boots from the guy, from the dead guy, and you boil them in the pot. You can get the feet out of them. You can take a sip of them. You can take a sip of the pot water, and it awakens a cannibal addiction in Harry. That is very funny. It's like now you've tasted the forbidden fruit, and you can never go back. Nothing comes of this. It's just a very funny line. Oh, you can get the sandwich from the old guys. That's right.
Looks like the shrimping is off for today, Caracalito. We don't want to get in the GM's way.
They got Australians here?
I guess. The man and the young girl grimace at a barge that appears to be jammed between the canal walls.
We got an Ever Given situation here. What's that barge doing here?
Not sure. It seems to be stuck in the waterlock. Maybe it's broken again. It happens from time to time as it's so old.
Also, there's another water, like every disco game has to have a water lock in it. Is there a water lock in Esoteric Ebb? I feel like that just needs to be like a feature, like 0451 in your immersive sim. What are you two up to?
We came here to do some shrimping, but that doesn't seem possible right now.
So they're grinding their fishing skill. They're level 1 fishing grinders in RuneScape. They're trying to shrimp.
Yeah, so should we.
Queensland up. A succulent Chinese meal. Get a load of these bogans. Almost all of my exposure to Australian culture is watching Stimpy on YouTube. And Mimeo.
The intercom is covered by a protective plastic film. A button embossed in the shape of a cheerful dolphin shines at the bottom.
There's also the single slice of salami you can get from the Waterlock guy. And Derek Tran says, "I never tried the feet pot water." Yeah, it's funny. It's just like making a joke about the idea that is present in so much media that if you ever ate human flesh once, you would become addicted. I guess it's also from like indigenous American legend. Is it an Algonquin myth? The Wendigo, which has been horribly misrepresented by media. It's like a so if you're familiar with like horror media, in your mind a Wendigo is probably like an 8-foot tall wolf man with antlers, like looking like Vicar Amelia or something. But that's not what it is. It's a myth and like a warning and like a cultural belief about what happens if people commit cannibalism, even in like times of dire need. And it is that if you do it, you're sort of prioritizing yourself over others in even like a spiritual sense, and that becomes sort of addictive, and you become like this like ravenous like madman, and you will do things like, you know, like murder your family or something, and it seems like it's maybe a I think I talked about this before. There's this thing in like I think Filipino culture called it's where running amok comes from, and it's the idea of like when somebody decides to commit suicide by cop, like it's almost like some kind of demon comes over them and they, you know, wipe out their family or do some kind of mass murder or some other thing like that. And yeah, some cultures just seem to have like a term for this, like an explanation for it that is like spiritual or mythological in nature.
Yet another device bearing the Reno.
I guess we have like demonic possession in the West.
Only recently installed too.
Life is Hard says, you probably mentioned this before, but how do you play the early preview? So the demo is on Steam. You can just grab the demo now. This is not the demo. This is the early preview version. Zaum sent this to me because I was streaming the demo. You know, as part of this like sort of preview weekend they're doing. They've got something else cool that I will show off when and if it's delivered that I'm really excited about, that they hooked me up with. But that's all just like, I'm not like required to like glaze the game because they gave me a copy or anything. I would never, just like in general, I would never accept a review copy of a game under any kind of like, oh, you have to say this about it or anything like that. So don't worry about that. You know, I appreciate getting review copies and stuff. That's really nice. But this other thing is a gift above and beyond that I will be really excited to show off. And so far, I really like this game legitimately. I haven't been talking too much about that today. And we haven't seen as much of it in this stream, but Hershel is very funny. She's a very different kind of person from Harry. She's much more understated, which is fitting for a spy, but it's also fitting because she's a woman. And I was talking about this before. Women are not allowed to like take up space in public. Like you remember a few years ago when everyone was talking about manspreading and how loud men are in public. That was like kind of addressed the wrong way in the public discourse, which always happens. You know, when somebody brings up something like that, it always gets framed the wrong way. It's like it was saying like men are doing something wrong by like sitting wrong on the bus or something. And it's like, no, it's just there is a disparity between how men are expected to be and how women are expected to be, and how that works both externally and internally. Like if you're a woman walking around in the world, you do have this sense that you have to scrunch yourself down and be small. And that sense is stronger than the sense that other people have about you. And just like if you're a man, you have all these expectations about how you have, and all these things that are these expectations that are heaped upon you that you didn't ask for. And those are very strong and very, very constricting. But at the same time, the world doesn't care as much as you care, but the world did put those expectations on you. It's this really interesting thing that I feel like pop feminism never really understood. One of the best examples of this kind of thing I can think of is in Lisa the Hopeful, which is talking about how the expectations that men have for themselves often prevent them from having the kinds of friendships that are good for them. And like, you know, if you have somebody that's your best friend, you should be able to like take them by the hand and look them in the eyes and, you know, tell them that you love them and you would always be there for them. But like, that's gay, so you can't do that. And so these guys in Disco Elysium, or in Lisa the Hopeful, are kind of like, they're willing to like fight and die for each other, but they're not willing to like say the things that matter because they either don't have the emotional tool set or they're scared of like being judged or judging themselves in a weird way. You know, there's that line, I can't remember, I think Clyde says it, where it's like this final showdown is about to happen with the lovelies, and Clyde is like, this is what men are for, like, so we can all die. And it's like, no, it's not. You're not supposed to die in a stupid battle for no reason. You're supposed to learn things and be amazed by the world and fall in love and have friends and enjoy yourself and build things. And
shortening the outer defenses.
what if we actually support each other emotionally or something? Yeah, it's kind of sus though. Like if your bro was like having a bad day and you were like, hey man, I just want to make you feel better. I want to like lend an ear. And if you don't want to talk, I want to like give you my time and just show you that no matter what, like somebody's gonna catch you if you fall. You could say that, but that is kind of sus, right? Like if you were, because like, what do you mean? Like, yes, does sound kind of gay, right? Like, Sunbro says, speaking of, can we expect a video on Esoteric Ebb? So, I don't hate Esoteric Ebb. I think it's funny. I think there should be D&D games like that. I think fantasy, exploring fantasy through like a lens like that is very funny. I don't think it's the game for me. There's a video game reviewer called Ella Bambust, and she did I don't know if it's Bamboost or Bambust. It's one of those names I don't know how to pronounce. But she did a like written review of it, and she talks about how it is, she's calling it woke patriarchy, which is like the message of the game is that you shouldn't be mean to women. But it doesn't like... So in Disco Elysium, Harry is a man because the game is about men, and it is about a man who wakes up and says, what kind of man am I going to be? And his role as a police officer is a masculine role, and it's it defines his relationship with the world and the world's relationship with him in a way that like centers his masculinity. And all of the major characters you meet in the game are men. Everybody who has any ounce of political power, especially all of like the faction leaders, are men. You have the Clare brothers actually assassinated a woman who was going to beat them in a democratic election, like in a fair election, to get where they are. And every woman is like in the process of like trying to slip through the cogs of like the political world without getting ground into a paste, like Ruby and Klassia and she's not a woman, but like Kuno S, and like there's not a woman in the game who is not hard done by. And that's not to say the men are having a lot of fun, but that's what the game's about. And so it interfaces with feminism in a way that's like... The game came out in, I think, 2017, and it's like, in 2017, how do you be a man anymore? Because we know all these things about, like, we live in, like, a more enlightened era, and, like, how does a young man, or a man who's thinking about himself and his place in the world, how does he, like, define himself in the world as a man without just replicating these harmful structures from before? Yeah, there's the lawyer lady, but remember, the lawyer lady was sent to school to get an education so that she could be a foot soldier for the Clares. She might agree with the the union in terms of like having socialist representation of the people, but like notice in that confrontation with Titus steps all over her. She doesn't have any real authority, even though she's the one with the education and she's the one who's right about everything. And you wind up kind of cracking the case a little bit with Titus, because Titus, like, you stand up to Titus and he blinks where she would never have blinked, right? Joyce is not a political leader. Joyce is a foot soldier for the, even though she's a millionaire or possibly billionaire, she's a foot soldier for the ultralibs. And if you, she has to send Harry to go do her dirty work and like talk to Everard, because Everard is not even sitting, like allowing her to sit down and have a discussion. He's not giving her the time of day at all. She's totally iced out, and that's why she leaves. There's no room for her in the. Sammy says, do we live in a more enlightened era? I think we live in an era where a person has more than ever access to the ability to understand the systems of power in a sort of academic sense. So in the 90s or 80s or 70s, you know, certainly guys could read feminism or whatever, or just be good guys or, you know, be decent. It's not, you don't need an education to be decent, but like the way Twitter introduced like leftist discourse to the world means that like you can't say that you haven't heard the argument now. You can't like feign ignorance. Let's press the call button.
The indicator light flicks on.
Hello?
A high-pitched whine from the speaker. After a second, a voice emerges through the static.
Sunbro says, I actually didn't get the whole we should be nicer to women from Esoteric Ebb. Well, I mean, like it engages with feminist themes, but it doesn't have that kind of like holistic purpose for doing so. Right? Like it just does it almost because Disco did it, right? Doorkeeper, is it working? Can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. Oh, that's good. I never know if I'm pressing the right thing.
A melodic voice that makes you think of flowers blooming in time-lapse.
You have a nice voice. Thank you. No one's ever told me that before. I can tell. I have a thing about voices. That's a very nice thing to hear out of clear blue. Through the soul speaker in front of me. You also have a nice voice. You're not just saying that? I'm not. Is this intercom new? Yes, actually. We're not exactly open to the public, so this is just a light security measure. Sorry, I'm still getting used to it. What's this building used for? Désolé. If you don't know it, you're probably not supposed to be here. Désolé is French for I'm sorry. News end. You need a reason to be inside the building with the intercom near the key sock roundabout.
Very vague. Almost secretive.
I might be. I won't know for sure unless you tell me. Nice try, but I won't be doing that. Security issue.
The dumbest of stuff. This door opens for someone. That's why there's an intercom. You just need her to tell you who.
Hmm. We're gonna exert and try to open the door. Sealed up tight, right next to water. Only one explanation here. Is this Dolphin Guild headquarters? The what? Sorry. Am I speaking with a representative? You won't let me in because you don't want me to see your tails. This is another crank call. This is exactly why we got the intercom. If you're to waste my time, please don't. How did they get the intercom to work underwater? That's all, thank you. Bon journée. Gomenasai, Ken-sama here. We should be nicer to women, or else I-tier will set you on fire. That, are we expecting things from the game that Disco did? Because Esoteric Ebb looks and plays a lot like Disco. That's true. That is a risk that, you know, we run into, like, critiquing these things. I just think, like, if you're going to take a swing at talking about feminism, you need to be prepared to like you need to do your homework first, right? Sunbro says, I was a bit miffed when I played that the whole political angle of the game was incredibly weak, but now I realize that's just because Disco had so much, it's so front and center. But the thing is, like, did it need to do the political thing, right? Like, they tie all of your stats to, like, political movements, and, like, what does it amount to? And it just invites comparison where it could have done its own thing. I looked away from chat and thought someone was talking about Worm's voice. It is very soothing, though. It is part of the incentive to watch the 6-hour $6 video not once but twice. Watch it twice and put it on slow motion so I get 4 times the ad revenue. No, do not do that. But I appreciate my repeat viewers and my people. I'm working on the Final Fantasy VIII video. It is I have like 2 hours of narration, fully recorded, fully edited, just ready for me to just cut the video together. Seems like there's about 4 or 5 hours to go of recording still, and then editing that. But I've streamlined my editing process for audio.
Rubbish is piled, so the sanitation crews are running behind schedule. The layers of detritus are many days deep. A whole history of discarded artifacts is piled up in front of you.
Talking Doll Productions says, is this made by the same people as Disco? So, this is Zaun, which is the company that was created by the art collective that made Disco Elysium. However, shortly after the final cut of Disco Elysium was released, there was a fallout between Alexander Rostov and... Oh gosh, I always forget the names of exactly who was involved. And Robert Kurvitz. And they were... I will go ahead and link their press release in chat for those who are curious. Let me see if I can get chat open without destroying everything. There might be a brief bit of feedback here. Sorry about that.
Heating bills, tax.
No. Where's chat? Okay, here's their statement. Basically, what happened was Rostov and Robert Kurvitz is the author of The Sacred and Terrible Air, and ultimately, like the main creator of the Disco Elysium world. They are the game director and art director. So what they claim happened, and I basically believe them, is that they sought investment to get the game made, and the people who invested to help them get the game made then took control of the company. Kurvitz and Rostov alleged that illegal actions were taken in this. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think they're lying, but you know, I'm trying to be as like objective here as possible. So the company was taken from them basically by the company Tutreka OU, which is a vehicle for 2 Estonian businessmen, Ilmar Kompis and Tonis Havel. Kurvitz and Rostov were fired. Kompis and Havel claim that it was because of their behavior. I don't really buy that. I think it was a legitimate fight for control over the company. But after that, a few more people left or were fired. It's typical for a lot of people to be let go after a major release in a game company, especially one that is now, you know, being run like a business and not like an art collective. But it seemed like it was sort of targeting people who had been vocal or who had been... might have felt like they had like a major creative claim on Disco Elysium. So in broad terms, I you know, it does sound like about what happened. But several, like many of the people did stay at the company, did stay at Zaun, and did work on this game. And it's not like Kurvitz and Rostov made Disco Elysium by themselves. So I think we can take this as a, legitimate successor from some of the people who made the game and some people who did not. And there are other spiritual successors from people who have gone on to other companies. It would have been nice if that hadn't happened, but that is kind of the long and short of it as I understand it.
This bin is an archive. Search it and you may conjure the recent history of this place.
One thing that people were saying prior to the release of this game was that this was going to be like a shallow capitalist's imitation of Disco Elysium with like none of the soul. It's not. It's a good game in its own right. It has its own things to say. It touches on many similar themes and ideas and seems to be in some ways a continuation of what Disco was talking about, but in many ways it is its own story and should be taken as such. And I think you will be able to say that about like all of the so-called successors. So from a gamer standpoint, I'm glad that all of the developers found a way to keep working in the industry. As far as I know, I don't think anybody just like washed out completely. And it seems like we are getting a lot of these kinds of games from people who really cared about this world, or the Disco Elysium world, and really care about this kind of storytelling and might have a lot of great ideas about how to do that. So not an ideal situation, but at the same time, this is a good game. There's a lot of meat on the bone here. I think this is very interesting. I like this world and these characters, and I'm also interested to see what these other companies come up with. And I do believe that I do broadly believe the people who spoke out when they say that they didn't, but they were hard done by. So that's where I'm at. Life is Hard says there were other layoffs, so like 80% of the people who worked on it don't work there anymore. I heard the number was closer to 40%, but I haven't seen a full list of credits for this game, or for so I would have to see that and then compare it to Disco's. Once I do, I will make a post on the channel or something, kind of discussing that and my feelings about it.
This calls for deep urban forensics.
And if you're like, I want to show loyalty to the people who were let go and the original vision, and I'm not going to buy this game, sure. But I think in this case, it's not like. I think there are bigger and more egregious things you should be boycotting, like like the Microsoft boycott, or the like literally anything related to EA or Blizzard. Ooh, okay, we can perform urban forensics. Okay, we're not likely to pass that, but we can always get snake eyes or boxcars. Yeah.
You jump up. Why are we in here? The gang doesn't huddle in dungeons. The gang doesn't fuck with dark fantasy. Like the pulpy dreck you used to read as a child. The titles like Ditch Wader, The Gore Chamber, and the Dreadlance Trilogy.
The Gore Chamber? Alright, this is now a dark fantasy adventure. Kickstart the imagination engine.
Somewhere in your mind, an ancient motor grinds to life.
Huddling in the garbage, drinking alcohol, and trying to use imagination to power a different sort of adventure is, that's problem sleuth. Plow your arm into the carcass fields.
Corpses damp with blood line the dirt path you walk. Even the trees reaching out from the furrowed fields are dead and gnawed.
Hamarambo says, DE just makes me feel like the orc that doesn't understand the deeper themes meme. That's good. That's a good way to feel, because it is it's a way for you to build a personal connection to something that you can then follow up on with research to find out what they were talking about. Like, art is not going to change the world if it if it could, the Vietnam War would have ended in a day, you know? But what art can do is it can give you a reason to have some kind of a personal connection to a topic that you didn't understand or know about or have any reason to care about that will, you know, be your lifeline if you want to learn more.
The bodies multiply and get more decayed the further you go. Soon, you can no longer see the humanity that was once in them.
Good art should make you reach further. That's exactly right, Sammy. I think if you understood everything on the first pass, it would be, you know, that's below your reading level.
Piles of sickening flesh washing into each other. The ultimate gang merge.
Sunbro says most of the time when you hear that this has been made by the people behind X, it means very little. Right, because it'll be like, oh, from the company that brought you, you know, game Y, but, you know, they laid off every single developer after they released game Y, so it's all new people.
You are now wading through a pungent mire of stringy sinew. Stomach acid and melted muscle drags at your legs until you can walk no more.
Hamurambo says, I love hearing about things that people picked up in Disco Elysium that I missed. That's, you know, again, not just research, but discussion and conversation. And that's one thing that YouTube is great for, right? Like you could pick up like a Cyberpunk 2077 like video essay and learn that, oh, actually this is a reference to this and this is talking about this. And like that conversation gets to keep in the air. My anxiety stats are making real Luke Wilson anxious. Yeah, it seems like anxiety is the big one. So Hershel is, she has a dissociative disorder, but it does seem like anxiety is her biggest problem.
But not all is lost. The journey is one you will treasure from deep inside the trash container. It's a huge amount of plastic cutlery and paper plates.
Holy shit.
The only places that would need such a high volume of cheap tableware are schools and prisons.
An unusual find in this part of the city.
Most likely a faulty order that came in through the docks, disposed of nearby. Any other explanation quickly becomes a lot more mysterious. You have reached the end of this path. Everything has been recorded and will be stored within your inner archives.
Okay, so we can use this dumpster to learn more about the building so that we can maybe get inside. I don't know why we would want to, but we're so intrigued by the intercom lady. Acceso solo personal autorizado.
You shouldn't be here.
The Guardian Municipal officer rubs his eyes and straightens himself out. He's kind of bad, too.
The big man was dozing off. Now he's trying to cover it up with a vulgar display of authority.
What's going on around here?
Bit of a hold-up with a barge over there. He nearly got robbed by a gang, no less.
It wasn't us. We plead not guilty, officer.
How could she not be anxious when there's a freaking Cheeto in the White House? It's the Orange House. A freaking Cheeto, a freaking reality TV star in the White House.
Nothing was taken, luckily, but they did manage to break the damn thing's engine. So now it's stuck there until the replacement parts arrive.
What kind of gang are we talking about?
Oh, very dangerous. Probably one of the Azuri lot. Yeah, you wouldn't want to mess with them, miss.
Azuri mob is a foreign crime syndicate you've only heard about in passing. Always with a warning to stay away.
They were kids, weren't they?
No, no. All grown adults. I heard one of them even had a beard.
Ever see a man around here in a suit and glasses?
Can't say I have. I'm not usually stationed round here, though, so I wouldn't.
I'm having trouble finding the Miracle Line. Do you know where it is?
Let's see now. I hear it's in the back ways. Right next to where the ex-pilots drink their sheep carcass juice.
Sheep carcass juice?
Some indigenous recipe of theirs. Imagine the worst thing you've ever tasted. Now imagine sucking it out of a dead sheep's arse.
This guy, if he just chuckled at the end of every sentence, he could be a Dark Souls NPC.
Please don't imagine that. Definitely don't be tempted to drink it either.
If you want to see for yourself, Just walk the path all the way to the west until you come across some old men giving each other an hard time.
How long will the barge be sat there?
Parts may take a while as the trade route slowed up recently. Used to be a lot quicker a couple of weeks ago.
Where are the parts coming
The
from?
rest of the developed world.
What's causing the slowdown?
Must
I'm
be
just
something
bothering the
docks
crap
by
out of this
Bazaar,
guy.
But I wouldn't know more specifically outside of my jurisdiction.
Do you know of any doctors?
Only one in the near vicinity is Dr. Hugo's. He runs it out of his houseboat at the end of the back ways.
Why are you blocking this door?
You can't go in there, I'm afraid. That's what I'm here for. No one gets in.
Just tell me what's in there.
Only the controls to the waterlock. But we
Oh, I
can't
see.
risk anyone lowering the water right now. It would damage the barge even further, you see.
I'll come back later.
You probably shouldn't.
I like that he's the party alley GM. Go up here. Okay, this just takes us back. All right, we'll try kicking open the. Oh no, we'll go talk to the clothing lady. She's back here in the bazaar. Board guy, working guy. Well, he'd be like the board knight, right? Lower our anxiety first. You're right. It is time for a 1 p.m. beer. Yeah. Here we go. Make it 2. A little smoky. Okay. When I drink, I get sober super fast, and I get really bad hangovers. So if I start drinking, I'll feel good, you know, for like a couple hours. But if I stop, like that night, I'll get a hangover while I'm still awake. It sucks so bad. Can't imagine like a 1 p.m. beer.
He's been spying on us all day in, day out. Are you in leagues with him? What is his business?
He has some sort of ball mania.
Oh, a regular pervert after all. A repulsive, yes. But it's his own business. Carmuna will not take comfort in that. Here.
So Itzger says, I just got here. How much evidence did we eat since last time? How many evidence did you eat since last time? None. I haven't been able to eat any more evidence. So.
Some comfort in return.
Have you seen Malin's father?
Afraid no, menina. That poor girl.
Tempo del Sur, do you know
Oh,
him?
yes, a bastardo. It's him turned the bazaar into the bootleg bazaar, drawing Lusians, irritating the local mob. It's all men fighting while Carmuna sits. Haven't seen him or his assy assistant assing around for a while. They're probably shacked up somewhere, making the angels sick.
Have you noticed any strange behavior in him recently?
He's not been himself. You know, he used to drink, then he stopped. Perhaps he slid back into the bottle without Carmuna noticing.
Sammy says it's why day drinking is a hiking sport, not a sprinting one. Yeah, well, I don't have like any tolerance, so.
Every day,
Sprinting is the only
By
speed.
the West Gate, offering and praying. What business has a man like that with the stars?
Who's this hussy you mentioned?
Carmona doesn't keep track of hussy names. Who cares? She just smokes and skims clothes off the top of the shipments. Things we don't notice. And she's been collecting our payments for the last few weeks. Suddenly, we low people must tolerate a teenager managing the place on his behalf. I won't have it, Manuna. She may run the bootleg bazaar, but she doesn't run her Doña Carmuna.
Tempo was my friend once.
Well, you ought to choose them better. Let him know he's a bastardo next you see him.
Enough about Tempo.
Enough indeed.
Let's see what you're selling.
Take a look through the rack over there. No lice, no rips, no patches.
Any idea what this is?
She looks sideways at the desk, shakes her head.
Stuffs Like Other Stuff says, I don't know if this is the appropriate venue for this question, but should I do an easy thing that I will enjoy but mostly won't help, or a hard thing that I won't enjoy but will possibly keep more doors open? Don't do work you don't enjoy. You know, unless it's for survival, which comes first. Do work you enjoy. Like, just if you keep at it, it will work out for you. But if you lean into work you don't enjoy, you're gonna get stuck doing it.
It's a disc. Ask the stall owner with the disc, not the stall owner with the clothes. Yes?
What are the teens wearing these days? I need to blend
A
in.
legends clothes, Carmuna calls them. Whatever has their favorite music on it. Lately, the Violetta girl is winning. Take a look. I have one.
Why are you so worried about the pylon guy?
Well,
She lowers her voice, hunches forward.
the dock workers suspected they found an agent of the Weeping Eye working right here in the Bazaar.
Your heart convulses at their mention.
What made them think that?
Found him taking Lucian money. Carmuna doesn't believe it, Domenina. They got the wrong man.
Who's the man they accused?
He bought a beautiful coat from Carmuna's stall just last week. A real gentleman. Nobody with the eye could be so polite or have such a good taste in outerwear.
So if you saw me play the demo, you remember who that is.
The dock workers must have had more information on him. Find out what you can. If there are Weeping Eye here, you need to know why.
Give it to me straight. Was this coat better than mine?
The one you're wearing. I'm afraid so, Menina.
Describe this coat. It may be warming techno-fascist shoulders.
It would never. It was a trench coat, multicolored, but predominantly oranges, reds. It recalled the carpet bag of the olden variety.
The man in photo 24. Are the Weeping Eye that close to you already?
So when we began the game, when we first came downstairs, there was a guy who I said looked like Angel from Dexter, and he was kind of arguing with the photo 24 lady.
He was at photo 24 and your double was incapacitated. This is now your prime suspect.
And he always had a camera. Ask yourself, Menina. Would a Weeping Eye man walk around with a camera? Too obvious.
Yeah, I've seen him up close. We can definitely file that coat under questionable.
This is all a matter of taste. I'm not out.
Why would the Weeping Eye be interested in the Bazaar?
Illusion, Menina. Bazaar's full of bootlegs. They're keeping an eye on their wares.
The Weeping Eye do not care about knockoff toys. If they're here, then something is happening way above this woman's head.
Yeah, I love the voice acting. Some of these people are from Disco Elysium, which makes sense. Like a studio is usually going to go to the same... usually a studio will have like a company they work with. Like, I think the company that works with From Software is called Frog World. So you'll see a lot of the same actors in different Souls games. Like, Albert in Bloodborne is Solaire. Which is fun, because then you can have, like, you know, in Blood... Is his name Albert? That seems wrong to me for some reason. In Bloodborne, when you meet him, he's like a friendly face, and you assume he's going to be like Solaire, where he's like a good guy, and then you find out he's really not very good. Do you know his name, where he went?
He was like a son to me, Menina. But no, never got his details.
He's like a son to me, but I don't know his name. I have all I need to know about that.
Very well.
I have questions about this place.
This bazaar is always changing. Lots to ask, lots to say. We're in the ruins of a silk numero 3, burnt down decades ago. But Carmuna still remembers the smell of the flies.
So, Silk number 3. This street used to be a like silk making street. It was like where all the textile mills were. So that used to be like the major industry around here, but that seems to have completely fallen by the wayside. Like this place doesn't make anything anymore, which is, you know, if you know how global, like now it's a bazaar for cheap knockoff crap getting imported from overseas. What's that statue over there?
Nestor. We used to paint that statue with all sorts of insults when it still stood. We knew slurs you haven't even imagined, Menina.
Advanced slurs.
She sighs. Nostalgia.
He promised us Nestorismo, a new type of politics, his own invention. A middle ground between the developed world and the superbloc.
Sunbro says, like the Moscow Radio Bazaar. Very much so. Yeah, there's places like this all over the world, like where like it used to be this. I mean, like look at the entire like Midwest. We used to make things, and now it's just crap. Or what is it? You've seen The Wire, like Baltimore Harbor. Also, Nestor is very funny. So, if you've seen my Cataclysm videos, where I had like the Let's Play that I was doing, there's always like character art in the thumbnails, and at one point I recruited an NPC named Nestor, and I decided to draw him, and I just drew a quick picture of him because I thought he was a funny guy, and the video with him in the thumbnail has like half as many views as the second least viewed video in that entire series. So people were seeing him and just like skipping his video. It was very funny. There can be no middle ground between humanity and capital.
Ah, yes, I remember that one. But Bastardo Nestor thought Portofino could be different.
So the idea of a middle ground between humanity and capital, that kind of reminds me of Perón, especially the idea that like he's this beloved leader one second, this reviled enemy the next. So if you ever read about like Peronism, it's really weird, really interesting, really kind of like messes with your ideas of like how left and right work.
She jerks her chin over to the statue. Nestor's pondweed eyes stare up at the sky through a foot of rank canal water.
Good night, Sunbro. Derek Tran says, I can't help but think of a Wire meme I saw about that Baltimore bridge that was hit going, you see us, we're like that bridge. We're going to be here in 20 years.
You see how it went?
Can you tell me about Kisak?
Kisak?
Shocked that you'd imply there's anything she couldn't tell you about Kisak.
This is the heart of the city. Ours is the factory and the docks. We are proud, working people. In the sunset, they make money. In Kisak, we make things.
We used to make things in this country.
Back before silk burned down, that is. But we are still proud, and we still have the docks. Portofino belongs to Kisak.
Perón, que grande sos. Yeah, Sammy says left and right are a binary. People's politics are all hypocritical at some level. Yeah, there's a comic artist named Peter Bagg, and he does like political cartoons sometimes. Not political cartoons. He does like autobiographical comics, and he did some while he was working for Reason magazine, which is like a libertarian magazine, and this was before like Ron Paul even. So it was like back before libertarianism had been completely co-opted by the far right. He was always talking about how you would have the news would present it as like, okay, here are the left-wing views and here are the right-wing views, and everybody who votes Democrat has all of these left-wing views and none of these right-wing views, and vice versa. But then when you actually go talk to somebody, they're like, I'm pro-abortion, pro-death penalty. I think all drugs should be illegal. I think everybody should have to have a gun. It should be mandatory that there's a gun in every home. I think there should be no taxes. It's like, what is that? Like, what is that political platform? That's incomprehensible. But people arrive at these ideas often by perfectly logical means. It's just that they don't have to cohere into a single belief system, because why would they, right? Like, what's that spacesuit over there?
Another relic of Nestor's idiocy. Don't he go to space? Total disaster. He never really recovered from that one. And for what? Why go to space? All our stuff is already here.
Dismissing space exploration as a logistical inconvenience.
Everything seems to be Lucian, or pretending to be.
People call it loose mania. The culture blockade was designed to protect the city from loose influence. But of course, that just makes it more interesting to these people.
Life is Hard says, when I played the demo for this game, it felt a little off for me because it has its own takes on things that Disco Elysium does. But the fact that it does something Disco Elysium does felt weird. Yeah, there's that like little bit of you do feel we're so used to Disco's world that it feels a little bit like, what's going on?
Imagine a big fake wall around the city. Stops music and film and whatnot from getting through, yes? Except it doesn't work and nobody wants it to. Useless.
Why not just let people have what they want?
That would be a terrifying world, Menina. People want all sorts of nonsense. Just let young people buy their fascist toys and wear their fascist clothes until they realize alone what fools they look. They say all the Lusian ministers are copies of one old philosopher. You know what that really means?
No, there's an identity of there's an army of identical fascist philosophers.
No, they claim they are imprints of some high man. Like they have a man-copying machine. These are inbreds, man. Ever seen pictures of royal families? Hmm?
The worst kind of bootleg.
The vendor smushes her face with her hands, pulling at her chin and cheeks to deform them into new and exciting shapes.
That's how they look. Malformed from systemic diddling. Lusians just the same. Mark my words. That's why you never see them.
That's enough Bazaar talk
Very
for
good.
now.
Don't forget to check the racks.
So I have no ability to ask her about our partner.
You approach Carmuna's rack of clothing, protected from the elements by a clear plastic sheet. No two pieces are alike.
Perón was specifically weird because you have socialists, communists, moderate right, etc., people from all around the spectrum claiming some way to the point his politics nowadays are almost like. Yeah, it was... he was like this weird combination of like centrism and... oh, come on, lady. It's like this weird combination of like centrism and socialism and like literal Nazism in some points. It's very weird.
Second-hand olds and newish fakes.
Sammy says, I am poor and understand my relationship to power.
Fashion has a short memory. Anything worn long enough to have been faked is already ancient. The rack sways with misspelled logos and forgotten styles. Cowboy boots, leather trousers, a long black skirt. Kinda cool. But is that all you are, Cascade? Kinda cool.
I am a visionary of cool.
You're special when you know it. You deserve an outfit that tells everybody else that you know it too.
Carmuna, do you have any extra special pieces for an extra special girl?
An extra special girl would not have to ask.
Fuck!
She would be able to see the right thing for herself.
You'll show her. Search harder. Search better. Attention-seeking fashion does not befit an operant. Cascade.
We're gonna find the best rack tat.
You let your eyes wander up and down the rack, aimless until they alight upon a post-white jacket. Smells like perfume, tequila, cigarettes. You slip it on and try to smooth down its faux fur mange. Your fingers come away with a coating of white powder.
Sniff and lick your fingers.
Bitter. Numbing.
Your eyes guided you to a real garment there, Menina. You could pass for one of those Lusian pop stars in that coat.
It smells like whore. Not like that.
Carmuna smells no ores. Carmuna does not know what ores smells like. For you, 25 so.
I'm a little short on soul.
And Carmuna is short on fashion.
You turn away.
Okay, so that jacket will get us in with those teens for sure. They'll see our faux fur jacket and they'll be like, wow, she's so cool. She's one of us. She's still young and we're not going to make fun of her. And that's what'll happen. That's just how it's going to go down. All right, let's give this door a kick because I don't see a way that we're going to be able to make 30 Sol, right? We'll have some coffee real fast. And a little pedo pale. Some more coffee.
You stand before Tempo's door once more.
Let's bust this door in.
Gang ho.
We'll kick it for pseudopod.
The frame screams in protest and concedes as you fling the door backwards into the room.
Edges of boot prints are stamped into the sheets. Here's a box for an electric bidet with a built-in seat warmer. A line of reflective scarlet catches the light within the box. Oh wait, there's something. More of those black cigarettes.
A ruined sofa with a sad story to tell. The air hums. This is a spy's death.
What are the death rites for a departed asset?
Traditionally a stiff drink, followed by a denial they ever existed. Update. Asset taxman was unknown. Now zeroed out.
When did they get him?
The blood is curdled and cracked. The color of old brick. A week ago. Maybe more.
What happened here?
Multiple assailants going by the footprints. A brief struggle. Then the inevitable.
We have not yet figured out what happened to Pseudopod.
The stereo system is facing away from the sofa. Think about this suboptimal room layout for a moment. It's much easier than looking at the blood.
So he put up a fight.
At the start, at least. This was not a clean hit. You imagine him getting his last licks in. Dying, roaring. Slower than they betted on. All teeth and fury and cunts.
Marilyn says, are we replaying what we covered in the demo? So I tried to play up through where we were before the stream. However, the path to get in here was a little bit more circuitous. So this part we are replaying, but otherwise it's new stuff. They didn't even bother to clean it up.
The aftermath was the point. This is a warning.
Pseudopod and Tempo.
The way espionage crises always go. People collide in slow motion. Gripping the outer edges, half blind. Bodies mount. Telephones ring.
I plan to collide at full fucking speed.
Mere minutes into the match and the away crowd are silenced by a stark scoreboard.
Thanks, Poop8701. I appreciate that.
Enemies 2. Cascade 0. On the desk are a grey notebook, an e-terminal, and a broken photo frame, face down. Next to the frame is an eye with a long single teardrop, shaped out of a fine white powder. The eye of your enemy, waiting to greet you.
Inspect the picture frame.
As you turn the frame around, dust falls and a blade of light momentarily obliterates the row of faces presented.
So here's the whole sick crew. This was Tempo del Sur, codename Taxman.
Inside your stomach, spider's skull.
We're the only living person in this photo.
A surprise attack launched from your own past. Here you all are. Taxman. S-Stock. Virtue. Cascade. Radiant. Kindred. Holocene. Your former network, known to the Opera as,
A whole sick
unknown
crew.
to you, as those friends you left to die 5 years ago.
Yeah, there used to be a last time we saw this, there was a little. It was very blurry, but it was a portrait of Harry up here. Maybe they thought. They're dealing with, you know, as game companies constantly are, like a negativity campaign online. Maybe they thought it would be better to just not have that because it would invite that kind of thing.
Your people.
I wonder though. Look at them.
None of them meet your eye, apart from you, the only one looking down the camera. They were counting on you, and you abandoned them. While they thought of you, you thought only of yourself. You selfish little child.
Rub the dust from their
What
faces.
a thoughtful gesture. Very late, but very thoughtful. You slip the photo out of the frame, into your pocket, pressing against your heart once more.
Why did Tempo hold on to this?
A fatal case of sentimentality, leading cause of death among old assets and spies. He wanted to keep you all around.
I left these people behind.
You did what the assignment called for, what you were told to do.
Time to
Beneath
go.
the photo, and your heart, a tug. The window to your right. Did someone see you come in here? The desk is as you left it. The crying powder eye stares at you.
And why is it here?
It is a signal. The crudeness of it points towards a sick joke by the weeping eye.
I think I got the message from the blood.
The eye watches you.
Yeah, wipe away the tear.
Your finger returns to you with a dusting of white. Power. Plan.
We'll snort the powder.
If gasoline could kiss, this would be the perfume on the collar of its shirt. The privatized roads of your mind are now a high-speed rail network which penetrate the brain-blood barrier. Enjoy. It's cocaine. The eye is no longer weeping.
Do some more coke for
Tap your
protection.
fingertip across the dusty eye, then turn it upwards into your nose. If the entire weeping eye came through that door right now, you'd kill them all.
Inspect the notebook.
It's soft and ringed. The word accounts is written across the top in black marker.
Flip through the
A
pages.
thicket of serial numbers, dates, columns and rows cover the pages top to bottom, along with shorthand references to incomes and outgoings. You notice the handwriting completely changes in the more recent entries.
We'll compare the two sets of
The
handwriting.
first dates back years, harsh-lined, heavy-handed, all capitals. Tempos. The second set is an elaborate looping cursive. Some of the eyes have little hearts instead of dots.
Check for variations in
There
grammar.
are none. The first set of handwriting even uses the word cunt with the same wild abandon as the second.
This must be the new teenage
The heart
bonds.
suggests a compassionate touch. Maybe even a human relations department.
Check the
A
payroll.
list of names, titles and compensation. One of the rows has been firmly crossed out with aggressive black lines. Ignatz. Could be the individual with flexible loyalties that Carmuna mentioned.
Check the expenses.
Rent, utilities and other minor operating costs, including travel. Multiple instances of round-trip tickets between Portofino and Acquair de la Luz. You avert your gaze.
Let's turn on the terminal.
It doesn't turn on. Someone's cut the cord.
That'll
You
do.
turn from the...
Darkened, grease-stained glass. Only faint shapes visible
You can
beyond.
make out an impression of the bazaar beyond the window, obscured by dust and grime.
Wipe the glass with
You
your
gather
sleeve.
up your sleeve and exhale onto the window, where your breath reveals a clear handprint in the dust.
Rub it away.
You wipe off the stain, leaving a section of clearish glass at eye level.
Look across the water.
Across the canal is the district of Lower Viewdas, a haggling mess of slums, continually sprouting from the defunct ruins of itself. A cross-section of the city would be a cliff face, stacked with evidence of floods, political tides, and fossils of forgotten hardware.
Scan the bazaar.
Nighttime finds the bazaar nearly empty. You observe a few teenagers and individual souls going about their routines.
Something's off.
An unusual shape breaks the pattern. A large orange figure sliding between the stalls.
Some kind of orange shape.
Glancing up at the office. Too much and too often. The man from the photo shop. The weeping eyes errand boy.
That tail.
Of course. In espionage, coincidence is folklore.
What's my move?
Known to the opera as the whole sick crew.
Oops. That is an incorrect line. Yeah, alright. We did this part before. Oh wait, can't I go like down through here now? No, okay. Wait, yeah, before I was able to go in there. Did I just not see the door? Because it's not, like, highlightable now. Okay. Yeah, that's where the shop monkey is, but maybe it's, something that opens later. Wait, I can go around, right? Oh no. Wait, yeah, I have the chain cutters now. So before we went like through the bazaar.
The gate looms before you, shut, rusty, and
is he still
through
following?
the grate, you spot a flash of orange in the crowd. You have not thrown him off your scent. And the time that it would take you to get the gate, unless you're planning to hop off the end of the... You turn your back on the gate.
Okay. I guess if I had opened it before, that would be an option.
A click somewhere inside. The world slows. A sudden release of epinephrine into the bloodstream. You lock eyes with the man from the photo shop.
Okay, focus.
He cradles something within his coat. Fear, gun, move. The time to act is now. Two paths are before you. Go straight or go down. Engage functional invisibility and waltz right out in front of his eyes. Become translucent, refract light, hide in plain sight. Functional invisibility is an advanced cognitive maneuver. These tactics are not officially recognized by the Operant Bureau, though operants share rumors of their success.
Okay. So, yeah, that's like all but guaranteed unless we have snake eyes.
Your opponent looks this way, then that. He thought he saw his target, but there's no one there. Just nondescript masses going about their business. Atoms shiver as you pass through them.
We did it. We're invisible.
He turns his head in your direction.
Look him straight in the eye.
His gaze slides over you, frictionless. Your form may flicker, But keep focused and the disguise will hold. The exit is in sight, tantalizingly close. And so is he. You hear the whine of a 50cc engine. A small tuk-tuk appears in your peripheral vision.
Yo, Obricant, this way!
A teenager in a tuk-tuk called you a cunt. Or maybe an ally. You may not have a choice.
This must be Tempo's
Only
lieutenant.
one way to find out.
All right, so Carmuna told you who he is. Already shoved one pervert, creep buster, no different from a door, ceramic panic. Oh yeah, we got this.
Your body crackles with electricity as you batter your foe into submission. His eyes light up in fear.
Nah, forget it. Let's go. The tuk-tuk bleats its horn. Your escape is imminent.
Come on, time to move!
The man's hand slips out of his coat. He grips a camera tightly to himself.
Cascade takes this round.
You race toward the waiting tuk-tuk and hoist yourself up.
So this is where the demo ended. Right speaker stacked upon left. A crime against acoustics. What if Petra could see that? Beautiful electricity flows through this box. A saucepan half full of black cigarette butts. Oh my god, there's sunglasses over here. Blue rimmed sunglasses. A large poster hiding a crack in the wall. That poster is the thumbnail. I think that's ultravioletta. Alright, what do we got?
One of those nights. Hans Akimbo.
Didn't mean to make you say poop. Lol, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
The girl gives you a quick, not exactly kind once over from behind a dark cigarette and crescent nose. Ouroboros black. Case closed on the cigarette thief.
Thanks for the lift. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Hershel.
So what was that? The welcome wagon?
That was the almost fucked it wagon. Welcome one never showed up. Tempo said you'd be late, by the way. But that you definitely come.
Your former asset was swapping secrets with a teenage girl. What is occurring here?
It's just says, what is that thing on the soy jack's head? I don't see a soy jack.
Not that. Probably. The man was a committed homosexual.
If you're Tempo's lieutenant or whatever, tell me what's gone wrong here.
All of it's gone wrong. Someone took Tempo out. The whole way out.
So you know about the office.
Who do you think found the blood?
A trembling young hand searches for the bite of the dead bow. It takes 5 attempts.
Oh, the donation alert. Yeah, that's that is a blue herb from Fear and Hunger, which is it's like how you heal yourself. And he's missing an arm and he's wearing an I Love Blue Herb shirt. And he's got a blue herb growing out of his head.
He's dead. Turbo dead. Sorry.
So I'm too late.
Very too late.
Who got to him?
Tempo had enemies in every direction. Take your pick.
Yeah, someone traced an eye in cocaine. Seems to lean only one way.
Or maybe that's what someone wanted you to think. But sure, Hershel, let's go with Weeping Eye. Or the Carabineros. Or the Azuri mob. Maybe they want to go to the mattresses again. Fuck you care anyway. Tempo always called you a friend. 5 years, no word. Some friend.
I care a lot more than you know.
Yeah, but everyone says that. Because it's easy to say.
Carried from a nearby apartment, a piano melody floats through the room as if on small wings.
Anyway, he's gone. So now it's me or it's nothing.
The girl studies her half-dead cigarette and falls silent. You can hear her silence. Don't trust you with the big stuff yet, fuck off.
Know anything about this?
The girl inspects the disc over the top of her cigarette.
This is one of those Einzel fucks Petre won't shut up about.
Einzeltone XR.
Fuck me, there's 2 of them.
What about this ultravioletta pop star? Know anything about her?
I know she's missing, but that's no state secret. Whole world knows that. Kidnapped, I heard. Sad end if it's true.
Some girls enjoy dressing up, as I understand. Fans
Fucking
who
losers.
shift.
Where did you get that anyway?
Be open with her. This girl is not your enemy. She may yet be your ally.
The man I was supposed to work with is incapacitated. This thing may have been involved.
As in dead?
Blown away into the night before you could even give chase.
Not like Tempo dead, but I don't think he'll be coming back.
Sorry to hear it. What happened to him?
An arch scheme I have yet to uncover.
The worst type of schemery. Sounds like we're 2 down, Cascade. And getting cunted harder by the minute. Hope he pulls through.
Don't worry, I left him in the capable hands of the petit bourgeois.
Okay, good. Whatever.
And that guy that tailed me, what's his deal?
Ignatz. Area clown with shit taste in jackets. He used to work at the Bazaar, till Tempo sacked him.
Saw him trying to get some artistic photos developed earlier.
Photos? Weird. Tempo thought maybe he was in with the Weeping Eye.
I wonder if this is the girl that he had photos of. Because, the photo lady was, like, saying something about a girl. And is he working for
Who
the Weeping Eye?
knows? Tempo was saying a lot of strange things at the very end. Some of them even true.
Spacefaring Axolotl says, this girl's made one word her entire personality. Yeah, she's inherited it from Tempo. He said it all the time.
Either way, Kuntz just bought himself a lifetime ban from the Bazaar. Welcome to the delinquent heap.
His second banning that you've been witness to. He's a ban magnet.
Tempo asked for me. Maybe you're the person who can finally tell me why.
The ritual, obviously. Has it started yet, or what?
Ritual?
Cascade or nothing. Tell her Taxman is ready to begin the ritual. That was Tempo's message to the opera. What's it mean?
We made some money. Still not enough to get the...
It's a Tempo styling for something significant. All gravitas and enigma.
Sounds heavy.
Heavy like a death in the family.
That is a album title by Les Réalisés des Nudes, which is a Japanese lo-fi band. You might recognize them from, if you've played Space Funeral, White Waking is a song that plays in that game of theirs.
I thought you were high up in the opera or something. Tempo said you were top floor, brightest spy in the sky.
Uh-oh. Tempo didn't know they shelved you after 91. He thought you were still respected, revered even.
They buried me in the filing room for 5 years after the last time.
What's that mean? Are you still a spy?
I'm a spy for the time being.
Thanks for the honesty. But the way Tempo talked about you, I'm glad he's not around to hear that.
Everybody's making fun of me for knowing about music. That actually means I'm cool, okay? That I know about songs and bands and guitars. All right?
For my old friend Cascade, tell her Taxman is ready to begin the ritual. No silly cunts. Cascade only. Person to person. Cascade or nothing. And you tell her, if we pull this one off, all will be forgiven.
You're supposed to be the great Cascade. Pockets full of answers.
Got it. No one's trusted you with anything
I'm
worthwhile.
just passing on what I can't pass on. You know Tempo. Not very precise.
The girl closes her eyes, then opens them again. Smoke drifts from her nostrils.
Quiet, Hershel. I sense the presence of spirits. They want to commune with us.
She is iced over with sarcasm.
Yes, I hear them. They're close. They're whispering. Ritual's completely fucked. It's gone. Unless you can find this old Luthien guy.
Very specific for a bunch of ghosts.
Before Temple got knuckle flicked off the board, he was setting up a massive deal with some Luthien guy who's like 1,000 years old.
Cascade is 30 or 40 years old. I think she's like mid to late 30s, I think.
Someone way high up. My best guess, this ritual's all tied up in that.
She's my age. Deal. Good start. Tell me about this massive deal.
Temple called it a blow for culture in defiance of all known laws. And he said that if he fucked this one, the Weeping Eye would kill us all. He said this numerous times. Seems that prophecy is coming to pass. Temple was first, a blood sacrifice in his own office. Next is me. Then you, probably, if you're still around. You're part of this deal now.
With your old friend, it was never one deal. Always a tangle of side bets, optional riders and overlapping interests. Arranged in such a way that Tempo always wound up across the table from himself.
Got taken apart already in 91.
Whatever, I was 12 then. We're talking here and now, real killing, the stay dead forever kind.
Where's this old Luthien guy now?
Secret jail or some shit. Out of reach. This ancient prick disappears a couple of weeks back. Gets snatched. Vanishes. Like that. Said some hyper-incriminating shit into the phone that everyone knows is tapped. Extremely schoolboy error. Tempo's on the other end. Hears him get taken. Black bag job. Now he's locked up in some secret jail.
Wait a minute, yeah.
Saying who knows what to who knows who.
The daughter of one of the Bazaar vendors told me about that phone. Her dad disappeared too.
Right. Malin. Said her dad turned into thin air. She doesn't smile much anymore. Not a great look when you're trying to sell parties to people. You should see her fucking receipts.
Any ideas on a location for this jail?
Yeah. It's right under the flashing neon sign that says, "Secret jail this way." Sorry. It's been a tense couple of weeks.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know where this jail is. Spy stuff. Your world. I'm useless here. This old guy getting snatched really spooked Temple. Like weapons-grade coke binge spooked. Last time I saw him, he was bleeding out of his nose and talking very seriously about fate.
Carmona said he got into astrology.
Star fuckery? You heard wrong. When he was really out of it, he'd scream curses into the sky at them. Not on coke, but I am spooked to fuck. You need to find this old Luthien guy and either just bust him out or shut him up. If this ancient prick spills on our massive deal, we're all fucked. You, me, and everyone.
This is her way of asking for help. She needs a friend.
Whatever I can do, I will do.
Thanks. And fuck those opera cunts. What do they know? Temple always called you the best. Take him at his word.
Say nothing.
He said you'd come through for him, too. For us. So find that old prisoner, Hershel, and come through.
If the deal was so massive, what was on the table?
Temple was gonna get the old guy out of Luth via Portofino. Exit papers and all. Whole new you type of package. He was good at moving people and making them up.
What was the old guy running from?
The techno-fascist nursing home? Who knows? Probably death in some form.
And what exactly was Tempo getting in
Something
return?
he called the Mega Violator.
Object, concept, or person?
I would say conceptual object, but it exists.
Where is it now?
The Illuminated cunt never came through with it, or at least he didn't have the chance. So who knows where that got to?
Sounds like I need to track down this prisoner.
Only shot we got. It's you and me, Hershel. One cunt down, two more behind the ghost of him.
Her hand reflexively reaches for the cigarette packet jammed into her left bra strap. She smacks the packet once against the side of her head, then flips open the top and plucks one out.
Where do we recognize that gesture from?
The mimicry is an obvious coping mechanism. Tempo's crossed the line here. The Mega Violator indeed.
Are you being trafficked?
Fuck are you talking about? I do the trafficking.
Oh my god. Was Tempo watching you shower, offering massages, introducing you to
He
acquaintances?
rides dick, you dope. Are you sure you two are friends?
Sexuality is a movable
Wow,
feast.
fascinating. I think we're covering that next week in social education. Thanks for the heads up.
She glances away from you, towards the stack of dirty plates tipped into the sink.
You know, I think it's time you started using my official title. My name's Yana, and I'm the fucking man.
Tell me about you.
All right, Hershel. Psychologize me.
How'd you end up here? Weekend job at the Bazaar or something?
Yeah, I did some odd job shit around there. Admin stuff for Tempo. Became his assistant, basically.
And now you run it. Pretty fast-tracked
I'm
promotion.
a criminal prodigy. Best in show. Fleet of fucking foot. I was just Yana. The Bazaar took me in. Tempo kept me.
What's your take from a bootlegging perspective? Can culture ever really be blockaded?
I don't think so. The Bazaar's receipts don't think so either. People say that culture goes backwards, or downhill, or whatever the fuck. There's only one real blockade to culture. Blind and deafen yourself. Then maybe you're protected. Anything else, no chance.
Do you have school and friends and stuff like that?
I'm retired.
From school?
Government education is for losers and narcs. They're never gonna teach you the most important thing in life. How to make fucking moves.
I'll switch subjects.
Hold on. Don't I get another name? Like how Tempo was Taxman?
Could go with Tax Girl. Strong thematic resonance.
That Taxman was my magnum opus.
Well, just give me your Magnum Secundus. You can do it. And it better not be Tax Girl, or I'll kick off. Speak your piece.
Oh, there's no way. Yeah, that requires boxcars I will need. Why are you hiding alone in
On
here?
account of my many enemies. Enemies all the time. I've got a lot more problems than the ones you're bringing me. And I've got solutions to those problems in motion. Retract your nose from my affairs.
How'd you recognize me?
From the photo on Tempo's desk. That was all of you, right?
What else did
Whole
Tempo
sick
tell you about
crew?
us?
Not a lot. That you were good, that you had something together, and that it was a shame how it all went down.
How did he say it went down?
Slowly, then all at once. They got the girl first, he said. Carolina. Then the floor gave way.
Did he blame me?
No, I don't think so. Good things go sideways, it happens.
You can give it to me straight.
This is straight. You are friends, right? You go down with your friends and you all go together. How it's always been.
Alright, we'll mooch a cigarette.
Dipped one in nitroglycerin. Fair warning.
Her fingers are spangled with violet glitter.
Take one. Thanks.
The girl tilts her head up and offers a half shrug.
Savor the next drag.
The smoke swirls lazily in your chest.
Don't think you're getting another one, because you're not.
Alright, we can't get her kryptonite. We'll have to...
Keep your powder dry, Hershel.
Oh shit, there's a coffee. No. Junk mail from a tuk-tuk repair company. Alright. So got a little money, but we need a little more. The result of privatized waste collection.
You pick up the payphone's hand. You step away.
Hey, you. You're new to this scene, aren't you?
A young man in a long, colourful puffer jacket with an oversized collar stands guard. His forehead glistens with sweat.
I've been around.
Really? I haven't seen you around. But maybe it's a good sign. Maybe the scene isn't as dead as it seems. My name is Kurt, by the way. Kisok, born and raised.
Nice to meet you, Kurt.
Likewise. See this jacket I'm wearing? A product of the local scene, custom made by one of the tailors here. Pretty cool, huh?
That jacket undoubtedly has it.
It has it, doesn't it? One of a kind. But you know what's not cool? Some of the official heat I've been feeling as of late.
What's this official heat you're
The
feeling?
man stares at you with a long, stern look of hesitation.
I've bowled 2 hours. The streets of Portofino have not been ready for such a display of style. And to be honest, I haven't been ready either.
I have bowled too hard.
This cool jacket? The party alley tailor made it for me, but I never paid for it. I owe him money, I have no money, and I cannot show my face around the art of the scene.
Exiled.
How much do you owe him?
To be honest, I don't actually know. I had to sign some kind of a contract, but I don't know a whole lot about contracts. Maybe it was a lot, maybe it wasn't a lot at all. But the jacket is baller. I suspect and fear that it was a lot. Can you find out how much money I owe him?
Sure, I'll help you.
Thank you so much. Go to the Party Alley Plaza. It's east from here. There's a tailor named Bruce. Maybe you can ask him, like, quietly, diligently on my behalf about the, you know, the price of the jacket. I'll be sure to make it worth your while.
See you later, Kurt.
See you on the scene.
Okay, maybe we can do that now, and that will get us the money we need for our lockpick. What? Excuse me? Okay, the outfit is starting to gel. We got, no, this is all wrong. This is almost something. Oh. There's our wolf cub. Okay, here we go. Cool teen gloves. Ooh. I'm sorry, this is the fit. You look like such an asshole. Yeah, the twinkle lights were just like on a railing and we just took them. They didn't seem like the kind of thing you should be able to just like take, but they were.
You pick up the payphone. You step away from the payphone.
Harry would be proud. Oh, 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 new shoes. New shoes. Okay, here we go. This is what I was talking about. We needed some boots, right? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I look like a raver. I look like an asshole. It's great. My boy's in Murcia. He's something called a bark farmer. The bald man watches you as you approach, his frown deepening with each step. Dressed up like a compromise. His shirt is low enough to expose a tangle of chest hair. Deliberate, wild, oddly indecent. It's tricky to dress. I'm tricky to dress. Quite the contrary. A wasted figure is a despicable figure. You're from Murcia, yes? He tilts his head, eyes tracing the lines of your body. A casual yet impressive assessment. What gave it away? The tilt of your spine, your discipline to stand straight. Brows. He sweeps his fingers toward a collection of shapely arranged garments. Look inside the shop. Inside a small cathedral of pristine jackets, dresses, and suits impeccably arranged. Your vision darkens at its periphery. How expensive is this stuff? There are no price tags. Uh-oh. Look at the suits. Unpadded jackets with their sleeves rolled up, just a bit. These are high-end power suits for business or formal soirees, thinner than what you find in Novessa. Anything Lusian in there? None. It's as if the space was arranged to reject sharp cuts and high-contrast neon. I'm in the market for a high-value suit. Is that really the criterion which you want to dress? Its value? The goal is to pass for a top-tier individual. That word, pass, that's your problem. Most people who come to me, they say they want an expensive suit. I tell them the price of the suit doesn't matter so long as the person wearing it is high value. So, why do you want the suit? I'm on a quest for it. Very well. He disappears into the depths of his shop. Upon return, in his arms, a bundle of fabrics. A pair of checkered shoes dangle from one finger. Alright, I've compiled some pieces that might give us a place to start. The shoes are the most striking element of the outfit. A pop of eccentricity, diamond-shaped leather cutouts in black and white with a subtly pointed toe. They say, I'm corporate, but still hip. Blocks of earth-toned silk have been neatly and near-invisibly stitched together. It's subtle, but you can see the telltale bulge of shoulder pads. Sweat and much strength hide themselves here. The trousers are tailored in a loose-fit style. The slick, soft black silk slips between your fingers. There's no doubt about it, this is a power suit. You can't picture yourself wearing this. You're not sure an imaginary woman could pull this look off. If this style is M-tier, you'll just have to make the best of it. I'm here on behalf of Kurt. I'm a young friend of the avant-garde, the savant for the scene. He sent you for another high-end piece of mine? Kurt is very upset. What's the matter? Have dark thoughts entered his mind? Has he taken a disliking to the jacket? Oh, the jacket's fine. Only fine? It's a piece for the ages. He raises an eyebrow. Something's wrong, isn't it? He believes he owes you money. Is that correct? There must be a misunderstanding. He shakes his head. The jacket's paid for. He is genuinely surprised. Let me clarify. The young man doesn't owe me money. He owes the bank money. He must be confused. Isn't MTER a little big for consumer loans? One of their subsidiaries recently launched a new scheme called the Financial Citizen. It allows people to buy things, art, and services here in the now, but pay them later. They've invented a line of credit. Letting workers finance their own oppression, in other words. We live in freedom! Their subsidiary is right here in Portofino. The customer signs an application, which I send to my creditors. I am paid shortly after. Life goes on, we all smile. So he can return to the scene? The scene, yes, a gentle smile. That is where the savant belongs, after all. However, I'm saddened to say that the Financial Citizen may feel differently. What else do you know about the Financial Citizen? Very little. I make use of their services, and that is where our dealings end. I'm sure an M-tier person could explain the workings of it better than I. Well, how much does Kurt owe, then? The jacket itself was 500 sol, underpriced for such a masterpiece, but there's accruing interest, service fees, and other economic fashions on the side of the bank. I'm perplexed, he raises a single eyebrow. Does the young savant not understand how he afforded the jacket? He understands bawling out. That's what matters. I usually agree, but that may prove troublesome here. Please tell Kurt not to worry about me as we are settled, but do remind him of his arrangement with the bank. I'd like to keep making pieces for him. Of course you will. Okay. We gotta get back to Kurt. Is this where we came? No, it's not. Here's the teens. It's probably a good thing Harry never got a credit card. Yeah, that would be bad. Oh, poster. I think we can steal it.
You're confronted by a striking image in bold red and black. A woman perched on a sofa in a simply furnished apartment. A handgun lies across her lap. On the table next to her, a beverage in an appealing slim can. In white text, contrasted against the black shadows, the words, "Safe house is anywhere."
Hold on, is Safe House anywhere?
This woman is being paid to convince you it is.
Cool ad.
It's nothing like the ones they have back in the People's Republics.
I wish my job were this
The
cool.
woman's fingers caress the weapon, a gesture of intimacy.
What's it even selling? Canned coffee?
Effa Red and Black Special Edition. The can is adorned with a handful of coffee beans, a sugar cane, and a splash of cream. There is no other identifier.
In the developed world, advertisements no longer feature products, only vague promises of a lifestyle. What about the woman? She seems familiar.
She knows you're watching. The shutter's release captured the moment she was thinking about you. The future. The onlooker. Forever. She knows that you see her.
I feel like I should know her.
The young, capable, pretty, yet also shy and approachable classmate you imagined in your dreams. Your hand touches hers unexpectedly during small arms training at the opera's greenhouse. She blushes. The words begin to blur before your eyes.
Who's even supposed to buy this
Your
stuff?
eyes snap back into focus. The woman, the gun, the appealing can are all as they were. Around you, the sounds of Party Alley resume.
Perfect. Take the poster.
Dried flakes of paste drift to the pavement as you peel the advert from the wall and roll it up.
Oh yeah. We're customizing our safe house with ads. I need to get over to Kurt. Where was he? It's like just west of the... Somehow it's just like so easy to get lost in this game. Oh, here's Kurt. Okay.
Good to see you on the scene again.
I saw the tailor.
Yes?
The good news is that you don't owe Bruce any money.
Really?
The bad news is that you owe MTER money.
What? The bank? How can it be? This is not what the scene is about. I owe money to MTER?
This feels like in Mother 3 when you introduce money to the people of Tasmeli. We could try to roll boxcars. We'll just try to explain it real fast. No.
Go with the flow. He cannot be as dumb as he looks.
MTER paid Bruce for the jacket and gave you a consumer loan with a high interest rate.
Interest rate? Like, how many people are interested in it, or what? I think you're making this up. What do you mean?
Oh dear.
See you on this.
Okay. Kurt.
A name is emblazoned across the side of the tuk-tuk, in a cool blue font partly obscured by diaphanous hand-painted soap bubbles. Lymphadores are Swiss, cleaners for hire. Around the back, an aluminium roll-up door shields the contents of the trailer. Evidently the expensive kind. The leather-upholstered bench is barely big enough for two people to share. A half-eaten sandwich, wrapped in paper, leaks grease onto the passenger side. The window is rolled down, just a crack.
What kind of lunch are we talking
You
about
can
here?
see the contents nestled between two flattened plantains. Fried shrimp covered in melted cheese.
Hello.
A gastronomic monstrosity. No one abandons a sandwich like that for long. Someone has jammed a half-empty spray bottle of disinfectant and a damp rag into the shallow well on the dashboard. And there's a parking permit for 422 Calle Espinas taped to the inner windshield. The only other touch of the personal is a copper medallion hanging from the rearview mirror.
What sort of medallion?
The cheap metal was oxidized, a green patina on an embossed 8-pointed star. Some astrological thing. Who can keep track of it all? The cleaners, wherever they are, have left little trace of themselves or their equipment inside of the vehicle. The roll-up door is bowed in, half crushed. The aluminium edges are misaligned, leaving an awkward gap that's desperately bridged by a worn padlock. That padlock is under sustained physical pressure. Its collapse is not far.
We'll leave it for
The
now.
tuk-tuk
I don't know why we would just break into a random truck. Paper pasted over paper over paper. Can't tell whether she's closing her eyes or opening them. You look like a good Joe. Staring up at the...
You gaze up at Ultravioletta caught mid-song, enshrined in purple. Music emanates from a nearby low-fidelity speaker. Disorientating. She's both ahead of you and behind you at the same time. Every direction at once.
Look at the girl.
An expression of exquisite emptiness stares back at you. Strange eyes beneath a crown of foxglove.
The scene feels correctly blocked. You are gazing upwards at her. All is right in the world. Why is she sad?
Because sad sells. Everybody's sad. And because she'd rather be someone else.
Who is she?
Ultravioletta, according to the projection text. Below the name it reads, "Cover the moon when I'm gone." Artist and song.
Listen to the music.
A delicate voice weaves through slow chords, then soars over a crescendo. The sadness in it seems meant for you, and you alone. Fragments of old faces begin to reassemble in your subconscious. Cover the moon when I'm gone. I'll make you miss me like a sad song. The girl continues to stare beyond as you turn from the projection.
As you approach, 3 heads turn in your direction. Looking for something? I need to get through. Street's blocked. Go another way. There is no other way, though. Then take one of your death trap trams. You can ask for the GMs. We're not doing anything that isn't permitted. What's back there? Apartments. What's going on inside the apartments? There was a party, he says. Invite only. Perhaps you were lost. I'll just be going this other way, I guess. You feel 6 eyes on your back as you leave. Okay, okay. Let's see. Wow, it's real late. Let's go in here. Oh, this is okay. This is... I know where we are.
An old bench kneels, marks to be revered from seeing many people over the years. You turn away.
We need money. We need like 3 soul. So we could talk to the old dude. He said he had some stuff to tell us once we had figured out what we were here for.
Operant.
You said before you could help me find a secret MTER jail. How?
Come around, have you? Bon, let's talk. My offer is this. I share with you a little from my well of shadows. You help me with some personal research.
Pretend I'm interested. What's this personal research?
Reading material. There's a bookstall just north of here, unmanned. A holdover from more idealistic days. There's a certain magazine in there. I'd like you to bring me a copy. Ultra middle-brow poetry, if I understand correctly. Somehow this city with a literacy rate hovering about 68% manages to keep an arc of high culture afloat. Curious, don't you think?
Sure.
Come on. Bring it here, once you've got it. Till next time, Operant.
Is there anything we can chat about
Hello
now?
again. What'll it be?
Yeah.
See you.
The toilet is still.
Curiosity is sated. All right. I think this is a decent enough place to leave off for today. I'll probably stream this again tomorrow night. Guys talking about a band called Cum Canal. Yeah, I'll be streaming again this tomorrow night. I'll probably also Sunday. Depends. I've had some terrible insomnia, so we'll see how that goes. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm invested even though I don't want to be. Must hate. And be careful out there if you are if you're balling, you know, don't ball too hard. You gotta take it easy. Go at, you know, find your pace. Pretty good sized crowd for this late too. It's like past midnight and we got 70 viewers. Inside of me are 2 wolves, I guess, with this game.